What's up, people? Happy Friday. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good morning, wherever you are. Good cat jammin'. Hope everybody's doing fantastic. Hello from New York. Hi to Safe, to Null Bitmap, to Ashish, to Mawif, to Project, to Durdur. Hope you guys are all doing just fine. It's getting to be the holiday time, huh? It's happening. I feel like my coworkers are all like, well, see you next year. See you guys in the new year. You know, it's that time. I feel like I have deja vu about that, actually. I don't know from what, but people are bouncing. It's happening. People are scattering off, doing their holiday things. If that's you, congratulations. It's not really me. Here's what I like to do. This is my personal strategy for the holiday times. You don't take time off in December because everybody's gonna scatter. You can get that stuff done that you really needed to get done but never had time to do quietly. There's a lot fewer meetings. It's chill. And then you take that time off in January when people are not around, or they are around, but not where you're going. You see, you get a little off cycle, trick the pattern. That's how you come out on top in this world, if you're me. That's my plan. So I'll be around in December. I might even stream a little bit more than I do usually. I was thinking that it could be fun to stream during the day and during the week and not just on Friday. We'll see if I actually do it, but I'm interested. I've got some things I want to do. And you know, if there's only a few meetings, people are kind of out, what's the harm? Maybe it could be better than what's the harm. Maybe it could be a good thing. Maybe it could be a positive thing. So look forward to maybe doing that. I'll tweet about it. So hit me up on the Twitter for information about that. Oh, here's another thing. You're early, Morty. You're good. Shroomy, yes, I can definitely be your dad. Dad applications happen in the Discord, which, by the way, we have a Discord now. So everybody jump in that Discord. A lot of good stuff is going to happen in there for sure. No joke. In the future, in the near future, we got a community, a burgeoning community of loyal data bankers who like to talk about things ranging from programming to other programming. But you know, if you join, you can have a part. You can have a shape of that. You can help shape the future of this beautiful large data bank community by getting into that Discord right now. Yeah. So anyway, that's the plan. You gotta zig when they gotta zag. Sora, it's nice to see you too. Ghetto Mug, what's poppin'? How are you doing? So this is the plan, huh? Somali Dev, hello? What are people gonna do for the holidays, out of curiosity? Do people have plans? Are they sticking around? Are you gonna zig when they gonna zag? Or are you gonna zag when they gonna zig? Are you gonna zig where they're gonna zig? Or are you gonna do something else like, are you gonna rust when they're gonna zig, you know? Huh? Could be anything. You're about to start working at Hasura. That is awesome. Oh my gosh, we should talk. Ghetto Mug. That's really exciting. That's really very exciting. We've got our eye hard trained directly onto the eye of Hasura. Maybe it's not the eye. Maybe it's the exterior carapace of Hasura. But we're very interested in collaborating there. So hopefully we can work together when you join Hasura. That's super cool. What are you gonna do there? Smoke weed and eat Popeyes every day. Nice. That's solid. Not go outdoors because of Omicron. Yeah, Omicron. So here in New York City, man, people are just going crazy, getting COVID everywhere. I know a couple friends who've gotten COVID in New York in the last couple weeks, but on the social medias, everyone's like, all my friends have COVID, everyone's positive, we're all getting COVID. And it's definitely sketchy. I don't quite know what to think about it. Here's your reminder. Get your vaccines, get your booster. The vaccine's a 3-part vaccine. The booster is just part 3, so you gotta get all 3 parts, all right? So if any of you out there haven't done that, you should definitely do that. protect your community, you know? Protect yourself, protect your community. Wear your mask. Hasura plus Cockroach could absolutely be the ultimate API stack. Yes, definitely so. Can't get your booster until Sunday. Well, that's pretty soon. You'll get it. It's happening soon. No new lens, but I am standing up. It could be that. Ukness, hello. You got COVID? Oof. You just got it just now, Mawif? Oh, wow. So you're part of the wave. That's brutal. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're recovering well and you still have your sense of smell. You have it right now? Jeez, man. It's real. It's out there. It's happening. Krazio, thank you for the 6 months of Prime Gaming. Really appreciate your support. Yeah, fingers crossed. You're on the up and up. So what are we gonna do today? I got a couple of plans, a couple ideas. As is traditional, we will go back and respond to code reviews from projects from previous streams for the first little bit. Hopefully that'll be quick. I started doing this a little bit, but there's one comment that I haven't responded to just yet on something that I'd like to kind of respond to. So we'll do that together. About testing, if you remember from last time, we did some testing stuff. And we'll do that. Then I think that I wanted to kind of take a look at what cursor support in Cockroach might be. So cursors, right? It's an object. You can open it. You can read from it, kind of like you would read from a query. And to be perfectly honest, I don't understand why you need cursor support from SQL. I don't get it. I don't really get it. I think there's some advanced features that we're not going to support that maybe would be useful, but I think that people still like it for the simple features, just like give me n rows from a query and then close it, right? That's what a cursor does. Why do people use that? Because you can get the exact same functionality by simply issuing a query from your client and only reading n rows and just doing something else in your client while the server's sitting there pushing you rows, right? There'll be back pressure from TCP. Everyone will stop. It's all good. You don't need to have an explicit cursor to make that happen. So I don't quite get it. That being said, people want it, so I thought we could look at maybe making it. I don't know how far we'll get. I'm going to explore it, do the MVP thing like I do on the stream. Not sure how complete or how production quality it'll be to start, but I thought I could just look at it, see what's up. See what we can do. Music's a little loud. We can definitely turn that down. Thanks, Dominic. Always like that feedback. Cursors are for incremental / interactive row fetching. But that's the thing. You can already do that from a client, right? Just by kind of sending a query and reading a couple rows from it and not asking for any more from the server. So it's a mystery to me. I don't know. Truly, I don't know. But maybe we'll find out together. Maybe something will come to us. Hasura plus Cockroach already does query pipelining for hierarchical data fetching. That is a good question. Yeah, I don't know how it works under the hood, all those GraphQL functionalities that they've got in Hasura. Can't your database do a better job optimizing things if you let it manage the cursor? I don't know. I really don't know. We'll find out though. Maybe we'll find out. Okay, so let's get into it. What's first up? I guess what I wanted to do is respond to this code review. So what is this code review? This is from a long time ago, you guys. I kind of dropped the ball on this particular one. So this is when we added, so there's some special schema elements in Cockroach. Many databases have these schema elements. In fact, they're pretty common. Default expressions and on update expressions. So a default expression, what's that? It's like this: a int primary key, b int, c int, d int default 5. So if I have a table like this and I insert into a values 1, so it lets me insert just a single column into this table, even though there's 4 columns in this table. And the question is, what does it put for the other 3 columns here? And since these don't have defaults and they're specified as nullable, which is the default in SQL, they're going to get null. But this last one, since it does have a default, it's going to get this default expression that we specified. Pretty simple stuff. So if I do select star from A, hopefully I'll see 1 null null 5. Of course, if I had another table B and it had something similar, except one of them was marked as not null, then the same thing that I did wouldn't work. I don't know. Why am I describing this? Just for fun. Insert into B values 1. Will give an error. Null value in column C violates non-null constraint. So that's what a default expression is. Simple, useful. An on-update expression is a little different. So I can say create table C. Why don't I say int primary key b int c int on update set 6? Does that work? No. I actually don't even know what the syntax is for this, to be perfectly honest. Why don't we look it up? Why don't we look it up? Where's our browser? Where's our browser? On update CockroachDB. What is the syntax for this? On update. Not the best SEO for this search. So I can say alter table, add column, default now on update something. Does seem, oh, I guess I just don't say set. The set was a wrong thing. Okay, cool. So if I just say create table C and I say this C has an on update expression and this one has a default expression, then I can say insert into C values 1, just like I did before. And if I look at my select star from C, I get 1 null null 5, just as I expected. But there's a new thing, which is that if I update C in any way, so update C, set A is equal to 2, where A is equal to 1, maybe. Oops, A is equal to 1. Then I select star again, and I can actually see that C got updated to 6 because I've got this onUpdate expression which says set it to 6 if it gets updated. So that's what that's about. Why is this useful? It's actually mostly useful for things that are not integer columns, like a timestamp column, where you might want to say, what was the last time my row was updated? You can say that my onUpdate expression is going to be set to now, and it'll set it to the result of executing the expression now. So that's what that is. What was my PR though? Why am I even talking about this? This PR that I sent that I want to respond to a comment on was about adding, where is it? Adding random expressions to the default and on update clauses when we generate random schemas for testing. And the purpose of this is to make sure that our test suite that use random schema inputs are actually exercising the default and on update clauses. So that's the idea. So here's the code review. Let's take a look in Reviewable. And let's go ahead and dive into the review. So first, let's make sure that we're actually looking at the diff in our review tool. Many clients have issues with never-ending queries not buffering rows. Postgres lifts cursor functionality into the extended protocol. Yeah, I think that's basically what I meant. But the truth is that every database will, to some extent, have cursor functionality unless because let's say it doesn't do any buffering on the server side. It's going to just push rows as fast as it can into the network. But if somebody isn't reading stuff from the other side of the network, eventually that's going to block because of the way the network works. So I think probably, unless the database does something like starting to buffer the output to disk, which would be a pretty weird decision, everybody's going to have a little bit of, by default, back pressure or pagination in that way. Yeah. So Postgres has something a bit more complicated even than that, which is that you have this round trip, you ask for fetch n and stuff. But I guess what I'm saying is that even without that, you would still get kind of what I think is the desired behavior from asking for a cursor-like object, which is that the server won't give you rows unless you're asking for them, fundamentally. TCP back pressure, it does the same thing, I think. Okay, so right, this was the first thing. So if I go to look at expert.go and randgen, I go to expert.go and randgen. The question here in the comment was, or in the review was, I don't understand this comment. This path is to make sure that now is executable in a default /on update expression. Yeah, so I think what I meant here was basically this function, this randexpr thing, it's supposed to be giving me a random expression of a particular type with some attributes. And what I want to be doing here is, intervals are kind of weird because it's hard to kind of get an interval in a way that isn't just static. Like you need some function that gives you back an interval, but there aren't functions that just give you back intervals really in SQL. You have to like get an interval by subtracting something from something else. And so that's why I think what I was trying to say here is like, I'm choosing to say now minus now just to get like anything. So let's go ahead and update this comment. So we can say, we don't have built-in expressions that just return intervals. So return the result of adding the input expression to return the result of adding the input expression to now minus now, to make sure that we're at least forcing the engine to evaluate something non-constant. How about that? What's up, Alan? Yeah, I'm hacking the planet. Welcome in to Hack the Planet stream. Welcome in to Hack the Planet stream. How are you doing, Alan? Let's comment. I'll just comment what this is actually doing. Input expr plus now minus now. A random expression that is slightly more complex than just, it still involves the input expr. There's no great reason why this expression should be used rather than any other. It's just an example of something that requires expression evaluation. Looking for some company without catching the plague. Yeah. So I'm working on responding to review comments from this pull request over here. So I wouldn't say that this is pattern matching. This is just kind of like it has a pretty generic switch case statement that allows you to well, I guess this is probably just the same as a regular switch case, right? It's like evaluate this thing, and then depending on what the result is, use one of the branches here. I think this is just kind of like a normal switch case expression. Yeah, multiple values per case. Does C have multiple values per case? I can't remember. Yeah. C has nothing. They're multi-line. Or you could say like case 1, case 2, because in C, of course, you've got this like fall through thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In Go, I don't know if you're familiar, Alan, but Go has this thing where you can get fall through, but it's not by default. You have to write fall through, which I think it's funny. You know, I think it's a nice thing. Makes it a bit simpler to think about. It's probably less bug prone is what it's about. Okay, so that's that. So the next comment was, I don't see how it's extracted from rand partial index predicate from calls. The logic looks different. Well, it's a bit different, but I just meant that I guess I don't quite know what to say to this. So basically what I did in this PR is I took a function that was used to generate random expressions for a particular purpose. I enhanced it, and then I used the enhanced version in the same spot. So I guess I should have said that it was based on the... Wait a minute, rand partial index predicate from calls? Or maybe I got something wrong in the comment then, because I think I actually extracted it from something else called rand column expr. Or wait, yeah, I have no idea what I'm talking about here. You're right. It was extracted from rand expr, which I suppose is used in a few different places. Updated the commit message. Okay, let's just make sure that I have that right. I'm not sure if this really matters too much, but whatever. The rand expr is used by rand column table def. Okay, let's just update the commit message while we have this in our head. So we'll get add 1, get commit amend. Expansion that this used to create random column expressions, I guess. For what was the original purpose of this thing? Random column table def is used by I guess it's for computed columns then. Random computed column expressions. Hey, I'm Laswick. Hey, Pratik. Brohanster. Hi, Gabby. Okay, so if this should mention that the input expr is not included. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. So I think a friendlier API would let the caller pick the type. Something like rand expr type calls, blah, blah, blah. I don't see a reason why the caller can't pick the type. And if you really need it, you could pass types.any. I think your build failure would be solved by this. If calls is empty, then no columns could be referenced. And the expression would only contain operators and rand datums. Yeah, so I guess that's a good point. What was the build failure? Expected default expression to have type date, but blah 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 has type timestamp. So I guess the problem is what? That this thing is getting used in a context that it really needs to have a cast on it or something. Basically, like what we're doing here is that we're trying to generate random expressions of a particular type and sticking them into the schema definitions for these different things. This onUpdate expression, this default expression. In this case, it's used for computed columns. In this case, it's used for also computed columns. And the problem is that, what is the problem? I guess the problem is that we don't always cast the result of this thing back to the original type that we were expecting. So why do we need this expert type thing at all? Oh, it's because we need to know the type of the input to make why do we need to send this expert type in? Don't really get that. Porting CockroachDB to use generic stream, maybe in like several hours, but maybe also never, but also maybe next week. I think, yeah, so I think it could be interesting to look at whether we could use generics to help with the vectorized engine, but I'm also afraid that it might be impossible or like so annoying because there's so much code and it's all interrelated that like I'll get nowhere. So I was also thinking that I could maybe look at doing it inside of exectoy or some other repo that's kind of like not so production-y, just to get a sense for how it would work. Yes, the Discord. I sent everybody to the Discord. Yeah, I don't know what to do about generics really. It scares me a little bit, to be honest. I'm like, it's coming. I better get my stuff together. Right now I'm struggling with something very dumb. So rand column table def says, give me a random type. Why would it be that I need to have a random? I'm allowed to have a random type. That's what I don't get. I see. It's because in the output that we care about, we actually don't even have any constraints on what it needs to be. So what we do is we take this random type, we create a random datum of that particular type, and then we additionally send in, and this is the type of the datum and not the type of the output. That seems pointless. And then in the other case, thank you, by the way, to Lithium for the gift sub to Dominic. Enjoy your many privileges that you've gained by being an exclusive subscriber to Large Data Bank. So in this particular case, though, we've got something different, which is that we have the type of the column that we're referring to, right? This is the type of the column that we're referring to. And that's why we have to pass this thing in. I mean, I don't know. Friendlier API would let the caller pick the type. I think the thing that's tricky here is that we do need the input, the type of the input expression, which sometimes is a column type. That Cash App gifted you a sub to Cash App. Wow, that's lucky you, man. I'm really happy for you. You're gonna spend a lot of time watching that Cash App stream, right? Sometimes there's a column type, which has sometimes is a column expression that isn't possible to infer the type of, and we do need to know the type of the input. Yeah, there's a large databank Discord. I started it last week. You should definitely pop in. All sorts of good stuff happening in there. Get in on the ground floor. Get in on the ground floor. Right. So we do need to know the type of the input expression y to be able to construct expressions that are properly typed with respect to the input. I guess we could add a cast to the end of the expression to make sure that it becomes the desired type of the input, like you're saying, but I'm not sure that would be so useful. There will never be a large databank NFT because I consider NFTs to be evil. I think you already asked that once, Null Bitmap. So now you know the answer. Your jokes are always accepted here, but I don't know. I don't know. So we can definitely mention this. I guess we could just always make it include the input expr by being a bit tricky, right? Let's just make sure it always includes the input expr. How about that? That'll be more friendly. So if we see, why don't we just always do it this way? Why don't we just always do it this way? There's no good reason why we shouldn't always just do it this way to make sure that we're satisfying the constraint that their input expression is always used in the random expression, I think. What's confusing about this sort of test is that it doesn't really matter what we do in a certain sense. It's just like, we just need some entropy and randomness. And so what do we put? Does it matter? I don't know. I don't think so. So if we come back to the actual test failure though that we were encountering, first of all, it's a bit annoying because I don't know where that test failure was coming from. And also the CI hasn't run in a long time, so I can't like go back and look at it. Expected default expression to have type date, but blah has type timestamp. So that must be coming from the case that I was just looking at actually, which means that maybe I need to be, a bit more tricky. So here, timestamp date or timestamp TZ. And basically I have to make sure that it's always gonna be the same. So if this is a date, yeah, I guess let's take a look at the shell to try to figure this out. See demo. So if I say select now date, so let's say we've got this thing as a date. So say we've got this thing as a date, and then we say plus now minus now. Unsupported binary operator date plus time times TZ, but I think if I subtract them in a parentheses, that should work okay. And then I think the type of this thing is a timestamp, and I think that's the issue. PG type of, okay, it becomes a timestamp without time zone. I can cast this to, I think I should be able to cast this entire thing back to a date though, right? Yes, and I can probably cast it back to a timestamp as well. So let's make sure that this works as well. If it's a timestamp as an input, can I cast it to a timestamp at the end? Yes, and then hopefully the same with timestamp TZ. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna make sure that this works by enclosing the entire thing into a cast. So we'll just say tree.cast_expr. And what comes in here is what? It's an expr. So then we'll include this whole business. Oh my God, missed connections. Is this chat room, is Large Data Bank Twitch stream become a missed connection forum for Palo Alto? I love this. Okay, so we're gonna cast our input expression to a particular type. Oh my God, Lithium, the gift master. Thank you so much for the gift sub to Brohanster. Really appreciate it. What is the syntax mode? Cast short? I don't think this stuff matters. So I'll just skip all of that stuff. Haha. Thanks. So we're going to cast it to a particular type. And what is this? It's a resolvable type reference, which can be it can just be a types.t, which is something that we actually have. So we'll pass in our types.t, which is our expr type. Okay. So let's just see if this is going to do a good thing. Very small change, but maybe it'll do something good. So how do I run the SQLsmith test, I guess, is one question. It looks like the SQLsmith tests are failing with. Do we have like a SQLsmith test SQLsmith? Is that a thing? I think I tried to figure this out last time and I was confused. How do we actually run the SQLsmith stuff as a unit test? SQLsmith test, maybe it's this stuff. Let's run this. Okay, so we're gonna run make test package equals package internal SQLsmith. SQLsmith. Let's see how that goes. I've given lots of people lots of things. Dramatic. So what about those cloud outages? Anybody have a rough time with log4j or cloud outages this last week? Up all night patching log4j in their employers' deployments? All safe? You had to patch your Minecraft server? Was Minecraft really vulnerable? That's pretty funny. What could you exfiltrate from a Minecraft server? I guess you could root. Could you just like completely root a machine if you had the log4j, if you were like really good and crafted the right log4j payload? Damn. That is pretty insane. It's pretty bad. That is pretty bad. Yeah, that's like the worst possible thing Dominic can think of. All Minecraft servers become My Little Pony themed. I think that URL endpoint session variable thing was just like the simplest proof of concept that showed like it existed. But I guess that there were much worse payloads that probably weren't shared as publicly, is my understanding. Yeah, I wonder if we'll see like serious outcomes from all of this. You know, it's like everybody jumped on it pretty quickly. Maybe most people patch their stuff. Is this can change type thing pointless? Like what is that again? Okay, I see. If then we do this casting stuff. Does anybody ever return true for this? This is returned true in the first case. And in that case, we just want a random type, I guess. It's all very confusing. Not gonna lie. Yeah, what if, yeah, we should support, people are always asking for feature support in CockroachDB. Maybe CockroachDB should support JNDI queries. That'd be pretty sick. Seems useful. I hear people really like JNDI. I read about this thing that was like, if you use the native IP address class in Java, the default equality comparison function does like a DNS lookup or something. So if you like stick a bunch of IP addresses into a hash map in Java, then they will use the network, which seems fun. I think people do make a big deal out about that though. And I'm not exactly sure if it's warranted, because I think that when you're working in Java, you kind of like know, oh yeah, it's for domains. You're right. I think that people make a big deal, but in Java, it's like, you know, not to use the random Java classes, like java.net.blah. You just like don't use that stuff. And you use like the good new stuff. Yeah, the Java Defender has logged on. I am a Java Defender. I do feel like people, it's easy to dunk on it, but if you use it in a professional context, this stuff just doesn't ever come up. So I don't, I don't know. If your DNS fails over, your hash map breaks. How are you supposed to not know to use the standard library? Yeah, that's a good point. You just are, you know, it's just basic learnings. Welcome to the industry. Now throw away the entire standard library from Java. Seems legit. This can change type stuff does look like complete bullshit, to be honest. Why did I even add that? I don't get it. Why did I even add that? Let's go back and take a look at the diff again. I added this because it's because there was two special cases before: int, float, decimal, and string. And then in all other cases, it would pick a random type. I guess it just doesn't seem that big of a deal. Lithium, thank you so much for the gifts of to Nami. Your large data banking, everybody. Thanks a lot. Basically, I just want to merge this and we can improve it later. Okay. So that's that. Thanks for the follows. Okay, so what are we gonna do now? We did that. That was a quick little diversion. What I wanted to take a look at here was cursor support. Coming back to that whole idea. I wanted to take a look at cursor support. So cursor support, let's take a look at the documentation for cursors. What is a cursor? What is a cursor? Declare. Declare allows a user to create cursors, which can be used to retrieve a small number of rows at a time out of a larger query. After the cursor is created, rows are fetched from it using fetch. Wow, cool. So you can say declare name, and there's a bunch of options: binary, asensitive, insensitive. Okay, quick pop quiz. What is the difference between an asensitive cursor and an insensitive cursor? Does anybody know the answer? You can say a cursor is scrollable or non-scrollable. And you can also say whether a cursor has hold, which is fun. And then you get to say for query. And I guess that's the query that you actually make the cursor for. Asensitive is when you don't care. Insensitive is when you call the cursor fat. Yeah, that seems right. Okay, so asensitive, cursor sensitivity determines whether changes to the data underlying the cursor done in the same transaction after the cursor has been declared are visible in the cursor. Good God. Okay, so that's fun. Insensitive means that they are not visible. Asensitive means the behavior is implementation dependent. No way, dude. What? Asensitive. That cannot be a real word in the English dictionary. Sensitive versus asensitive. Asensitive has no English definition. It may be misspelled. That's too funny. So asensitive is just a meaningless garbage word that has no meaning. So we can probably ignore that. Okay, yeah. So scroll and no scroll. So binary causes the cursor to return data in binary rather than text format. Why don't we play with this a little bit in Postgres? So let's see. Create, do I have some tables in here? Select star from A. Why don't we make a bigger table? Drop table A, create table A int prime, or I guess I can say A primary key, B, C, as select G, G plus 1, G plus 2 from generate series 1 through 10,000 G of G. Oh God, does Postgres not let me do this? Does Postgres not have create table as? Or maybe it's just like this. There we go. Okay, so select star from A, limit 10. Declare blarp as. Declare blah cursor for blah. Declare blarp cursor for select star from A. Ha! Declare cursor can only be used in transaction blocks. Okay, that's fun. Begin. Declare. Fetch blarp 10. No. How do I do a fetch? So fetch next. What the? Okay, so fetch has a lot of variants too. So you can fetch direction from or in, and then a cursor name. And a direction can either be next, prior, first, last, absolute count, relative count, count, all, forward, forward count, forward all, backward, backward count, backward all. So all sorts of crazy options, some of which are backward, which we're definitely going to not support because that's a little bit annoying. So, but we can say fetch 10 blarp. Current transaction is aborted. Okay, abort. And presumably at this point, I cannot use blarp because it doesn't exist. So we have to do begin again. Declare cursor, fetch, 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 fetch. Okay, so this is our little paginator. That's cool. And can I say fetch previous 10? No. Fetch backward 10. Oh my God, it's so annoying that if you just get a syntax error, then it aborts your transaction. That is a bad feature of databases. Syntax errors should be special and should not abort your entire transaction. I think that's pretty obvious. Okay, declare, fetch backward 10 blarp. Ah. This syntax thing is really annoying. Roll back. Named portals can also be created and accessed at the SQL command level using declare cursor and fetch. Django uses cursors when you do iterator, useful if you don't want to eat up your memory. But I bet Django probably uses the Postgres protocol to do that rather than rather than the SQL declare and fetch syntax. But, you know, hard to know. Definitely hard to know. Okay. So I kind of get the basic idea, and we're probably not going to do too much more than just the basic fetch n syntax. But out of curiosity, so absolute is cool, right? We can just get the nth. So if I say begin, declare, what? No declare. I can say fetch absolute 50 blarp. Oh, that is neat. So it just gets me and then it positions the cursor at a particular spot. And then I wonder what happens if I were to say fetch 10 blarp. Would it start at 50? Yes, it does. So that's cool. Relative count is probably the same as count. fetch relative 10 blarp. Oh no, that just positions the cursor. It doesn't actually get me n. It positions the cursor plus 10 or minus 10, I guess. And maybe I could say fetch relative minus 10. Oh, that works too. Wow, that's very nifty. So forward and backward, prior, fetch, prior, blarp. Just goes one at a time. Okay. Then I can also delete a cursor, I think, right? Close. What is move? Position a cursor. Okay, so that's just like fetch. Except it only positions the cursor and doesn't return rows. So then I can also say close blarp. Who would ever need this? It's a good question. It's definitely the same question that I have. I don't quite get why people use it, but they do, supposedly. In fact, why don't we investigate? CockroachDB cursor. I think there's an issue. Add support for cursors. Closed. It's because it's a duplicate of this. Declare. So there's only one thumbs up, actually. I thought there was a few more than one thumbs up. This is also needed for QGIS support for PostGIS. I was wondering about this. I wanted to look at this as well. So declare binary cursors, and then fetch. All for the sake of deducing endianness. Oh, okay, that's sad. But OGR to OGR also requires declare cursor to work so that we can export from Cockroach into other exotic data formats. So curious about that. I guess I had a long conversation about this 1 year ago. ArcGIS also needed to declare cursor. So some people use it, huh? What can I say? Virtual queries and limit offset. Well, we can do better than that, for sure. We can do a bit better than that. I think it might be hard to do the backward thing. I mean, we can also do that. You know, we can start spilling things to disk or using a container and then having the data around so you can go backward and forward. But I don't think that anybody would really want that. I think that the main thing is probably people want to be able to use the cursor in a forward direction. And I think we can add that without too much trouble. Although the transaction semantics might be confusing. But I have an idea, and we're gonna poke at it in a second. Idea, implement paging on websites with cursors, keep cursors in memory forever, store the cursor name in a session variable? What? Okay, so let's make some syntax changes, huh? Always the most fun part of doing something like this is we've got to make some syntax changes. Do we have a keyword for this? We definitely do, but there's nothing inside. So we'll need to make some AST Web 4.0. We definitely need to do something here. So what is declare going to look like? It's got a whole syntax thing that we were looking at. Why don't we start just by saying the only thing you can do is I guess these are all sort of just yes or no's. So I guess we could probably, do we have this one as a keyword? We do. So we'll make an opt binary, and opt binary is either going to be binary or nothing. What does nothing look like again? So if I look for another opt thing, it just looks like this. And so what do we want to actually put in our value here? Do we ever just do something that's like return a Boolean, or it does? I think we do. So here's an example. This 3 opt cluster thing seems to just return a Boolean yes or no thing. So we can do that here as well, I think. So we're going to say val is equal to true, val is equal to false. The transaction semantics, I think, are possibly more confusing because in Postgres, I think it actually creates a snapshot within the transaction. That's what this insensitive versus asensitive stuff is about. So insensitive indicates that data retrieved should be unaffected by updates to the table underlying the cursor that occur after the cursor is created. So this is a bit tricky for sure. I think we can do it because we do have support for transaction sequence numbers, which I think can be used for this case, but I'm not exactly sure. We'll look into it. So it's going to be declare opt binary. And then next we have insensitive or asensitive. This asensitive thing is very sketchy. I'm SQL asensitive. What is this for? Sybase Info Center? MySQL has asensitive. An asensitive cursor points to the actual data, whereas an insensitive cursor uses a temporary copy of the data. Oh my God. Okay, maybe I'm gonna ignore this asensitive business altogether. Maybe I just won't even include support for this grammar element because it doesn't really seem too important. So scroll and no scroll. Scroll, it specifies that this cursor can be used to retrieve rows in a non-sequential fashion. Depending on the complexity, scroll might impose a performance penalty. No scroll specifies that the cursor cannot be used to retrieve rows in a non-sequential fashion. The default is to allow scrolling in some cases. This is not the same as specifying scroll. Okay, so it's yet another confusing thing. Okay. So let's go ahead and add scroll as a keyword. So I think that should live here in the unreserved keyword world. Scroll. We've also got to add it to the top here. Scroll. And then guess what we've got to do is we can make an opt scroll, I guess. But this has a few different options, so I think we'll have to make an AST thing for it. So it can either be scroll or it can be no scroll, or it can be empty. And I think basically what we'll want to do here is make, I think we do a thing somewhere where we just like put some enums for things like, is it a scroll? Is it a no scroll? Is it a default? Of course, I don't remember an example of that to look for. So what would be a good example? I think we were just looking at an example, weren't we? We were looking at on update, maybe? Yeah, we do. I think we do already have named portals. What we don't have is simultaneously executing named portals, but I don't think that that's what you were necessarily looking for. I do remember you were asking for this a while back. We do have named portals, though. So I suppose we could make a cursor.go file in our tree package. So a cursor is going to have a name, and it's going to have a binary bool, and it's going to have a scroll option. What is scrub option? Is that going to be a good example of one that might? No, this is something different. I just don't remember what we do for enums in the parser package. But for now, we can just make it like this. Type scroll option int const scroll option scroll, or rather scroll option no scroll and then I think I can say unspecified. I guess I can do it like, I'll put unspecified up top since that's the 0 value. Okay. I guess I'll call it unspecified scroll. Scroll and no scroll. Okay, and then we have withhold, without hold. We might as well do this asensitive, insensitive stuff as well. Type cursor sensitivity int const unspecified sensitivity cursor sensitivity equals iota insensitive asensitive then we have withhold and without hold. Withhold specifies that the cursor can continue to be used after the transaction that created it successfully commits. What? That is wild. What does that do? If withhold is specified and the transaction that created the cursor commits, the cursor can continue to be accessed by subsequent transactions. But if the creating transaction is aborted, the cursor is removed. A cursor created with withhold is closed when an explicit close command is issued, the session ends. In the current implementation, the rows represented by held cursor are copied into a temporary file so that they remain available. Oh my. Type cursor hold option. We might as well call this a cursor scroll option too, I suppose. So for this, we're going to have actually, I suppose we could do withhold with just a Boolean because the default is the same as one of them. Okay, so coming back to the grammar, we're going to continue adding this stuff. Way down at the bottom. Where was it? Where were we adding this stuff? Declare. So it's got an opt binary. It's got an opt sensitivity, opt scroll, and then cursor. And then opt hold, and then for. And then the last thing that we have, I guess, is just it's just like a statement, right? What's a general statement? I guess it's a preparable statement probably. Although what happens in Postgres when you say declare cursor for something weird? So declare blarp cursor for create table a int. What happens here? It's not allowed syntactically. What about a mutation? Declare blarp cursor 4, and then I say update a set a is equal to 1. Is this allowed? Also not allowed. So it has to literally be a select, which is interesting. It has to either be select or values. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Do we have a syntactic category for both select and values? I bet it's just inside of select, isn't it? Where's values listed in here? Values is inside of a simple select. Okay, so it is literally just a select statement. Well, that makes my job easier for select statement. Very cool. Then we get to say $.val is equal to tree.cursor. Binary 2.bool. And we need the name as well. Declare cursor, declare name. So this is going to be a name, right? Name 2.name, and this is actually 3. Because we say it like tree.name of 2. Have I found one IRL code example that genuinely wanted cursors? Yes. I personally don't really understand them, but I'm convinced. I'm what's the word? Persuaded by several folks who say that we do want support. You know, I'm convinced somebody wants it. Do I understand it? Maybe not, but that's okay. I do think like ultimately the implementation of this thing, it won't be so complicated. Like we have a functionality that already does this sort of, right? It runs a query and you can ask for rows one by one. So, but do you use like declare cursor, Alan? I'd be pretty curious. Or is it just sort of the protocol cursors? If you use declare cursor, I'm interested. Tell me more. I see, wow. But does he use them in PLPG SQL or native SQL? That's another question. So yet another type of cursor in Postgres is PLPG SQL cursors, which is definitely not the same thing that I'm implementing either. That's like a separate type of cursor that can only be used from PLPG SQL. I'm guessing that he probably uses the PLPG SQL ones, but I guess I don't know. With cursor, yeah, I don't know. Guess I don't know how that works. So sensitivity. So let's go ahead and implement these things now. We're going to have op sensitivity. It's either going to be sensitive or asensitive or nothing. Your example would be for pulling tail. But I guess with that, it's again, like you could just use TCP for that, you know? I don't know. So wait, we don't actually have sensitive. We have insensitive or asensitive, which neither of which exist in keywords, so we'll have to add those as well. Oh, it's in, wait, is it insensitive? There's no sensitive. It's literally just asensitive, insensitive. Okay. So searching for insensitive. And then we want asensitive, at least so we can return a nice error if somebody actually tries to use this thing, which presumably they won't, but who knows. Asensitive. Okay, so now that we've got that, we've also got to add them up top in our other list of stuff. Asensitive. Insensitive. Okay. TCP allows intermediate layers to do buffering, which might not proactively get flushed. That's a good point. I guess I don't really know how that stuff works under the hood. .val is equal to tree dot. Now this one is called unspecified or something. Unspecified sensitivity. Unspecified sensitivity. Okay, so that's that. We've got binary, we've got sensitivity. Now opt scroll. We've got here. So here we're gonna say $.val. Is equal to tree dot scroll. Is that what we're calling it? Here we got tree.noScroll, and here we got unspecified scroll. Okay. So that's that. And then we got cursor, then we got opt hold, which is one more to do. So opt hold either is with hold or without hold or nothing. So I think we should have with already. Do we have without already? We should also have that. Okay, great. So we can either have with hold or without hold or nothing. Very cool. Oh, right. But in this particular case, it's just going to be returning a Boolean because we can say $.val is equal to true. And here $.val is equal to false. Which is also the default. Okay. Then we've got our for, and then we've got our select statement. So coming down here, our sensitivity will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Dot. Now, do we have to do this business where we make one of these weird little function majigs? Never totally understand this, but basically just casting it. Do we always do this? It just seems like a silly waste to always be specifying one of those new. Yeah, so this one, for example, audit mode. In audit mode, we made a little audit mode function. Okay. Then again, we're literally just using it in one spot, so maybe we might as well just cast it. Let's try that. So instead of saying this, we're just going to say for dot, and we're going to say tree dot sensitivity. Cursor sensitivity. And we have our scroll option. Let's just call it scroll. That's 5. 6 is ignored. Next is hold. And here we have to make another AST node over here. Man, this is tedious, huh? Hold can be a bool. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're just going to turn this into a bool. And then nothing for 8. And then the last one is our select statement. So we can say select is going to be our 9.select, something like that. Is that? No. Where do we use a select statement and what do we call this thing? It's a SLCT. Okay, sure. An SLCT, saving some important characters there. All right. So that would be that. Now there's going to be some things that are broken, which is that these things don't have types. So I need to specify types for these opt guys. So why don't we make these all in alphabetical order or not really? What is cursor name? Oh, these are not implemented. Well. Oh, we even have a name for cursor name though. We might as well use that then. Why not? Cursor name. Oakley doke. Oakley doke. So, we might as well put the cursor related things right here. So we're gonna say type tree dot well, first we can make the Boolean ones, right? So we can say type bool opt hold opt, what was the other one? Binary. Then we can do our cursor scroll option and our cursor sensitivity, which we need to put over here, by the way. So sensitivity, cursor sensitivity. Very, very tedious. Cursor scroll option, opt scroll. All right. So maybe this will compile. I don't know. Let's find out. Make build. Hold not defined. Okay. We need to make a keyword for hold. It's so tedious. Deeply tedious. Hi, John. What's up? Okay. Try again. Forgot to put the select statement in here. Okay, type tree.select as type select statement in field value. Okay, so this needs to be a, what's going on here? This needs to be a tree.select, not a, I guess it's like this, maybe like this. I don't know. Keep hammering at it till it works. Okay, so that was better. So tree.sensitive, of course, does not exist. That is true. This needs to be tree.insensitive. This insensitive and asensitive thing is really cracking me up, not gonna lie. I'm concerned about all this. No field or method tree. I don't know why that would be happening.
Life happens wherever you are, whether you make it or not.
I feel like it's probably because of this that I'm doing here. This might not really be allowed for whatever reason, which is maybe why everybody's doing these accessors.
You are unbalanced and you can be easily knocked over. True humility is the only antidote to shame.
Does seem that nobody else is doing that, so I suppose I have to make these weird functions. I don't get why this is important, but this has come up before, so I suppose I might as well just do it. Oh, because it's .val. I see. Let me try that one more time, actually. So I think I should be able to say for.val .val. Maybe this will fix things. It's obviously some anime stuff, man. Pretty nice. Chilled cat. The finest DMCA-free lo-fi hip-hop beats to do homework and relax to. You know, so Ludwig moving to YouTube, right? Ludwig, he's competing with Lo-Fi Girl. That's like his number one thing he talks about. He's like, am I winning versus Lo-Fi Girl's number of live viewers? Apparently, like, there's 30,000 people watching that Lo-Fi live thing at all times. I think it's pretty funny. So what is this about? What? I have no idea what this is about, to be honest. It often comes up. So it has no field or method tree. It's probably just caused by me being lazy and not following the pattern, even though I really don't want to follow the stupid pattern because it's inconvenient and slow. But I'll do it anyway, just to... This is what you do with the parsers, right? Maybe this is kind of the point about the handwritten parsers, right? You just like write the code and it just works, as opposed to like banging at some like really confusing handmade crap that like is impossible to really understand rhyme or reason wise. Okay, so now that we've done this, we could theoretically say u dot, oops, for dot Cursor sensitivity. Maybe this will help matters. Why? I don't know. Cursor scroll option. Why? I don't know. Did I screw up option? Ooh, thank you. Good catch. So that did fix things, but why? It's really impossible to know. Okay, so now this is going, we can go ahead and do some more stuff. We can write some parser tests, which I think if we remember recently, we found out that the parse tests are now data-driven, which is cool. So we can make a new file here. Have I done any Rust lately? No, I haven't programmed in Rust in a while. And I've never really done it seriously. So what's the syntax again? It's declare blah cursor for whatever. Okay, so declare blah cursor for select star from T. So this should parse, and this should parse, right? No scroll. Binary, insensitive, no scroll, whatever. Asensitive should parse. Scroll should parse. And we got to do this withhold, without hold stuff. Withhold, without hold. Okay, so I think that's probably all the cases. Repeated hold. You guys are eagle-eyed. Eagle-eyed. Everyone's getting prizes. You get a prize. You get a prize. Thank you for paying attention. Of course, this thing is still compiling. The old forgot to compile the UI before I started the stream. Problem. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Does anybody still have a Zune or an iPod? Isn't it weird to say the word iPod out loud? I feel like you don't really say iPod anymore, and therefore it's weird to say it. It sounds wrong. It sounds like, is an iPod a product for real? Should be an AirPod or an iPad. But iPod is dead. She uses her iPod actively? That is awesome. More power to her. Do you guys remember the iPod shuffles? Those were sick. They didn't even have a screen. Man, that was like a pinnacle of something. Dallas, you've got a Zune? All right, so now I think if we run cdemo, I bet we could say this, but it'll just crash or something. Declare blarp as, declare blarp cursor for select 1. Yay, it does nothing. We did it. So then if I think we could say make test package equals package SQL parser tests equals test parse. shuffle in the true sense never knew it would play. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Pretty cool. I think you could play it sequentially, maybe, right? And you would like triple tap the button and it would shuffle them or something. That's nice. Okay, so this is of course failing. So test parse data driven cursor test flags equals rewrite. I think that should fix things up, and we can look at what this guy has, and it doesn't have anything, and that's because we didn't specify print methods for it. So that's the next step. We've of course got to specify our print methods. And I think those go inline, right? I can't remember. I think those go inline in these same files. Yeah, so we have a format right inside. So if I go over here to my thing here, node cursor, I think we added some syntax recently on the stream. I seem to recall. So we're going to say context dot right string declare. I suppose this whole thing should be called declare, huh? Not cursor. Declare cursor, maybe. So we're going to say declare, then we're going to say context.format node, node.name. Which does not work. Does this have to be a, as we pass in the address? Oops, this is not accurate. Hey, what's up, Faust? How are you? How are you doing? So let's see, commands, edit, project. Playing around with a prototype for declare cursor in CockroachDB. I suppose we could link the issue, which was over here. Okay, so that's that. Declare. Then we get to say, what do we say next? Love to do parsers. You just have to do the same work like 4 times in different places. First you parse it, then you got to reprint exactly what you parsed. Always a fun time. Thank you for the follows. So binary, I think that was the first one, right? So we can say if node.binary, we can say, I guess first we want to write a space, maybe. If it's binary, we're going to say context.writeString binary. Put a space at the end. Then we're going to say if scroll dot not equal to unspecified scroll. We'll say we don't really need to have stringers for these. So, but I suppose I might as well, right? Func cursor scroll option string switch O case unspecified, we return nothing. Case scroll, we return scroll. Case no scroll, return no scroll. You can do the same thing for our cursor sensitivity. Case insensitive, we return insensitive. Case asensitive, the funniest thing ever, we return asensitive. So then we just get to say, now let's see, it's a little bit confusing because I guess we actually want them to have like a space at the end, which is a little weird. It's like, either we have to check it again up here because we only want a space if it's not just the name. Or we make these things have a space at the end, which is odd. Whatever. ctx.writeString, node.scroll.string. So wait, what's the order? It's binary, sensitive, scroll. Binary, sensitive, binary, sensitive, scroll. I've got to write the space. Otherwise, we write context.writeString cursor with a space. Then we maybe have our hold. So we'll say if node.hold context.writeString with hold. And we'll just not write without hold because it doesn't really matter too much, I don't think. We can say context.writeString for. And then we get to say context. Let me say context.format node.select. And that is the end. Okay, let's rerun our test cases. See if we get anything different. I think the last thing is that we'll have to do it yet again for the pretty formatter, which is a fun alternate stringer method. Definitely confusing. So what do we get? We might get the same thing because we didn't do the pretty format, which is probably what actually gets used for this. Great. Okay, so we'll just do it all again. Did you have fun doing that? I hope so, because we're about to do it again. So we're going to go to pretty.go. Where is this thing? Is it here? I always find this pretty annoying, honestly. But hey, what are you going to do? This is just like one mega file, huh? So I'll just put it at the bottom. Func node declare cursor doc p pretty cfg pretty.doc. I have to say I find this stuff all so confusing. This file contains methods that convert statements to pretty docs. A tree structure that can be pretty printed at specific line width. Nodes implement the Docker interface to allow this convention. In general, a node implements doc by copying its format method and returning a doc instead of writing to a buffer. Some guidelines are below. Nodes should not precede themselves with the space. Said the parent structure should correctly add spaces when needed. Nest name should be used for most keyword expr constructs. Nodes that never need to line break or for which the format method already produces a compact representation should not implement doc. Okay, well, I have just want a simple example. Is that so complicated? Just want a simple example for this stuff. So a keyword is a doc. So I guess that's what we start with, a pretty doc keyword. Like, what is a fold? It applies, oh, it's like fold. Guess I could start with this. This seems like a reasonable place to start. So we're going to say, ultimately, we're going to return. Why does this not? What is an RL table? This is not documented. An LL table. An RL table is something. See below. Table defines a document that formats a list of pairs of items either as a 2-column table with 2 columns aligned, for example, or sections. Table right align first column right aligns the first column. Table left align first column left aligns the first column. Well, how would I know? I guess it's just like a judgment call. It's like, which looks better? Too bad I have no idea. What about this comment? Compute the nested formatting in sections, period. It's simple, period. Oh, man. That is good. I'm definitely feeling like this is simple. These RL, LL things they're just used all over the place at random. I think. So, okay, we can just read it. An RL table says, right align the first column. Okay, let's just write this down. RL table produces a table using right alignment of the first column. LL table produces a table using left alignment of the first column. Okay, how about that? Seems like basically correct. Okay, so I think let's go ahead and we're going to make this a right align thing. Let's see what we should prepare. Blah. Then we probably want to put no scroll, options, cursor as, cursor for, select like this. And maybe we would want it to align so it's like this. I think this would be right alignment. Let's just go ahead and say we're gonna. Oh my God, wait, doc table is a special thing? Implemented by nodes that can convert themselves into a table? But when are you supposed to do that? When are you supposed to do that? Doc table. Okay, we're gonna implement doc table. We're gonna implement doc table for sure. And it's gonna return a list of table rows. And the first thing is gonna be prepare. A label. So what is this label? So label is the keyword. So, okay. Fair enough. Oh, I see. So maybe it's not really supposed to be a table then, because not all of these things have like keyword object. It's more like declare blah cursor. And then a bunch of options. And then we have fold, which, oh right, we were looking at that already. We have concat. The problem with this stuff is I just don't understand the principles. I think it's theoretically from something that somebody made up on the internet that's fairly famous, like prettier config, right? There's this, remember that? Like somebody made this prettier thing and it's like, you can implement it. Prettier algorithm. I don't know. I'm not going to find it, but like, maybe it's this. Is it this? Prettier printer. It very well could be this thing, right? So like, yeah, you see, like it's specified. There's a whole thing about it, but like, I don't understand this stuff, and I haven't spent the time like enough to learn it. So yeah, I don't know. You guys think I should like learn this? I don't know. It just feels like, it seems like a lot of work. I'd prefer to just struggle for as long as possible. That's kind of more fun. Prettier JS. I think that this prettier JS actually might have come from this thing. Like, I think that this is like the prettier, you know? And I think a bunch of people like implemented their own printers based on this paper. But like, yeah. It does seem like this would be a good thing for me to follow. The prepare statement. Prepare blah as blah. Declare. p.doc node.name. Yay. But name is already a p.doc. Okay, great. And then we have a bunch of keywords that we have to potentially add. That's the thing. And it looks like we can, in fact, do that, maybe? Nest under? It just seems like the API for this thing is like, it's quite specific. Oh, okay. So you say there's a title and then you can say concat space with other stuff. That seems like what we definitely want to be using. Let's take this as our example here. Okay, so title is pretty.keyword declare. No. Yes. Do I just want to concat space I think I want to use this table row thing, but then down here, what I'm going to do is say, but these things need labels, huh? No, dude. No, it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. They need labels. So they always have to have But I suppose my label could be the cursor thing, right? It could be cursor. And then potentially this stuff. And then for blah, maybe? Am I stretching here? Does it need to be so complicated? What if I just made it completely concat spacey? So what if I just said, so I'm going to do my keyword of declare. Then I'm going to say pretty dot concat space. So concat space says concatenates two docs with a space. Okay, great. So concat space title pretty dot doc of note dot name p dot doc. Then I'm going to say if node dot. Okay, so this is where I should just copy and paste the other implementation of this thing, right? So we're going to say if node dot binary doc equals pretty dot concat space doc binary. This has to be a pretty dot keyword. It's going to be worth it, you guys. It's totally going to be worth it. And we're going to say if node dot sensitivity is not equal to unspecified sensitivity. We're going to say doc is equal to pretty dot concat space doc comma pretty dot keyword of node dot sensitivity dot string. Yay. And then same for the scroll thing. All right. And then I think what we would probably want to do here is say, this whole thing is going to be a row, our first thing. We're going to do the row thing. We're going to say title row is equal to pretty dot concat space. Let's just inline this thing. Okay. Then we're going to say options row is equal to p dot nil. Is there like an empty? Oh, right. This is the whole thing where there needs to be a freaking label, dude. That is so annoying. So pretty dot nil is the nil constructor. Maybe we can use this. So we'll say options row is equal to pretty dot nil. Okay, then we're going to say cursor row is equal to pretty dot concat space pretty dot keyword cursor. I guess we should just start with pretty dot keyword. Then we can say if node dot hold cursor row is equal to cursor row dot or pretty dot concat space. Oh my god, dude. Pretty dot keyword with hold. All right. Then the final row. The select row is equal to pretty dot keyword of 4. See, I don't see why we wouldn't just use this for all of the stringers. That doesn't make much sense to me. It seems silly to have two implementations of this stuff. So then we could say select row is equal to pretty dot concat space select row comma pretty dot doc of node dot select dot. Maybe we just say node dot select dot doc node dot select dot doc of p. Wow, we actually did it. Yeah, I agree with you, I suppose. I just wish that the API was a little bit simpler, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so then we're going to say return p dot table, p dot Maybe it's just I return pretty dot table row. Oh, but they all need labels. I forgot about that. Dang it. Now I'm back to confused. They all need labels. Thank you, Cyrenooks, for the Prime subscription. Really appreciate it. Cyrenooks. Thank you. Maybe it's like this, basically. And then I guess this one has to include the... No, I suppose... it has to have a label. That's what I'm confused about. It's very, very weird that it has to have a label like that. p.doc node.name. So how do I make an options row if it doesn't have a label? I suppose I can't, and I have to just say, I suppose I just have to say pretty.concat space. Can I do concat line? What does that do? Two docs with a line. And a line, I suppose, is a new line, huh? Okay, so that's good. So we can make a line, concat line, p.doc, node name, and then our options row. It does not work because I don't have enough parens. Yay! Okay, that actually worked. Okay. So maybe this will work. Do I also need a doc though? I think I do. So I think I need p. All right, node declare cursor doc p pretty config pretty.doc. Then I think I just return pretty dot. Where's my RL table thing? Table? Like this, RL table. Let's just try that. We'll see if it does anything useful or not. RL table, doc table of P. Okay. Let's run the tests. Trigger graphs, eh? I never heard of that. No. Well, that's great. nothing got printed at all. Cool. So why would that be exactly? Let's take a look at what test parse data driven. What does it actually do? It says parser.parse, verify statement pretty round trip. This should be failing. This should definitely be failing. Maybe there's no return statements? Is this just nil? Could that be the problem? Do we maybe just have some weird thing where it's like, this just doesn't get... This is supposed to be a tree.statement. And yet, oh, it's because we don't... No, this seems like it should work okay. Oh, well, this needs to be a declare cursor. How is anything even compiling at all? That makes no sense. That's very confusing. Maybe something got broken in some other way? I don't quite get that. Build systems, man. What's up? It's me. Welcome, Muley. Don't forget to join our super cool Discord. New folks to the chat. The Discord's 1 week old. And you too, if you get it on the ground floor, you'll have the chance to shape it. Yeah, definitely AWS is an exciting place to live on. We did have a couple of issues with our stuff on AWS. I think, yes, I think US West was the one that had issues. Hi, Marilia. I think US East and then US West had issues 2 weeks apart, right? Isn't that what happened? Okay, so this is the same issue. Why would that be? It's definitely weird. Let's take a look at the generated code here. Yeah, you missed the second outage. That is true. This does seem to do something good, right? It seems to return an actual struct. So why don't we go to our test case here and at least print out why don't we print them out using the this thing. So it's returning 0 statements, which is the issue. But why would that be the case? That's definitely weird. Must be just still something that I have not quite gotten right in the parser. Seems like this would be working okay though. I don't exactly get that. So statements, it's always empty. Why is that? So if I run this and make something that doesn't parse, that will fail, right? Yeah. So is it that I'm not implementing all of tree.statement properly? Is that the issue? I don't see why that would matter. But maybe it does? Somehow? I suppose I could use the debugger. Why don't we, let's use the debugger. That'll be fun. So we're gonna run this thing, but we're gonna edit the configuration. Oops. I'm gonna edit the configuration to say test parse data driven / cursor, so that we're only running the one that we care about. We'll see if that helps anything. Invalid escape sequence. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. So let's take a look at our debugger. So looking at our input, what do we see? We see our string, so that's good. So we'll step in. Wow, I don't think I've ever debugged our parser. We'll see how impossible that is to do. But it should be kind of interesting. So we've scanned, we have tokens. Our tokens look like this. We've got declare, we've got foo. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So let's jump into our parse function. We init some stuff, we do some stuff. We jump into the actual implementation maybe. And the debugger gets really sad, which is not too surprising considering how complicated all that stuff is here. Let's step in one more time, I guess. Okay, the debugger is really struggling with the giant SQL.go file. It might actually, it might be getting confused by the fact that we use some kind of like weird syntax in Go or in SQL.go, this like / line thing, which I think is maybe telling it to print stack traces in different spots. Yeah, man, well that's just not useful. That's too bad. Yak par. So I think it's basically saying like 159 lines after this thing is where we are right now, which is really useless. So maybe this is not going to be an attempt that succeeds. It's pretty weird that you can edit the stack traces in Go. So Go line directive. The line directive specifies that the source line that follows should be recorded as having come from the given file path and line number. Well, that's pretty confusing. It's a historical special case. Oh, a common feature in languages, I guess. But it makes the debugger not really work. What's up, Jay? How are you? It really makes the debugger not work, but I guess I would be fine with it otherwise. It's going good. It's going good. Kind of getting ready for holiday stuff, I guess. That's kind of what's up. The debugger is basically unusable due to this thing, unfortunately. So I think I'm going to give up on this particular method of debugging. I'll just have to keep staring, which is unfortunate. I don't love to keep staring as a way to make progress. It's never that efficient. I don't think you can disable the feature without going through and deleting all of those lines of code, which I suppose I could do with a giant like yak, or like, what do you call it? Awk statement or something, but or maybe just sed would do it actually. This doesn't seem like, I guess I could try it. All right, so git add 1 through 10, git commit, parser, add, declare, cursor support. Feature requests. Feature requests to go. Where is it? Yak par. Oh, right, it's in. Oh, right. Of course I can't really do this because it's part of the generated GoYak output. So maybe GoYak actually does have a case for this. It's definitely possible. So GoYak help. Disable line directives. There you go. You were right, my friend. You were 100% right. So I can specify -L and it'll turn off the line directives. So let's try that now. So we'll just do rm package SQL parser SQL.go make build. I still have not played around with RR, no. I still don't think I can use RR because I don't have a machine that supports. I think, doesn't RR need perf counters in order to work properly? And I don't have a machine that supports that right now. Doesn't seem like it got rid of the line directives though. Does not seem like it got rid of the line directives whatsoever. So let's see, RG GoYak. There are other places where we're doing that. Seems like it's the only place, so maybe that just doesn't work. It's definitely too bad. Yes, that is the issue. Exactly. It's possible that I didn't actually get GoYak to regenerate last time. So let me try it one more time. does seem like something more is happening this time. So I think the issue is actually that, so my PC does have that hardware, but the problem is that I'm still using WSL2 for Linux, which in all other respects is really good, but in this respect it does not it does not give access to the perf counters. I think that there was some announcement that they're gonna perf counters WSL2. I think they were supposed to improve this recently, but I'm not sure. Aha, so I think they actually fixed it very recently. So I just need to upgrade to this thing. However I do that, don't know how. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. Maybe it'll work at some point. So if I take a look at my SQL.go, yay, now there's no more annotation. So let's try to see if the debugger will work this time. It'll probably be still basically incomprehensible, but at least we can set breakpoints, which should be pretty useful. Usually pretty hard to follow the control flow in these generated parsers. Hello. Nobody likes this 21,000 line file. Everybody gets upset when they have to parse it and do stuff with it, unfortunately. Okay, come on now. What are you doing? Okay, it woke up. All right, so we're back in action. Let's see if this actually will help anything. It may or may not. Still extremely sluggish, probably just because the file is so big, which that's annoying. Let's just set breakpoints and then jump to them basically, rather than stepping. Stepping is not working at all. So we're gonna search for declare cursor, see if we even get here. So we did get here. It's so slow. I don't know. I feel like this is not really helping my case at all. So what's different about this than the other cases, I guess, is another thing that I could be looking for. It doesn't have these help texts, but I don't think this should really matter. Maybe it does. I know we parse these things, extend with help, declare. Don't think it's gonna really do anything. I suppose it's possible. Is it because it doesn't, I think it's gotta be because it doesn't implement tree.statement. I feel like let's just go with that, and we'll see if that actually is true or not. Declare cursor. I don't know why it wouldn't throw an error or anything like that. So implement interface statement. Guess it's just some boilerplate to implement here. See you later, Nami. Thanks for hanging out as usual. Yeah, I'll be streaming again. Definitely. I think I'll be streaming next Friday, and I might be streaming during the week as well, just because there's less going on. But yeah. Definitely. I'll tweet about it. Maybe post in the Discord. So the statement return type here is going to be an ACK, I think. Return ACK. It's not a DDL, it's not a rows affected. It's just an ACK. Statement type is a what? Maybe it's a transaction, DCL. Maybe it's a DML-ish. It's a weird one. What is set? Set is a DCL. I'll make it the same as what the set is. Okay, so then here we're going to return declare. So maybe this will fix things. I don't know. Let's find out. Preferred way of testing database queries in Go. Testing whether the query returns the right thing, or testing the code that deals with the result of the query. I feel like I don't really have a good answer to that question, actually. What do other people think? Okay, that's at least doing something good. So now if I run the make test, hopefully this will do something good as well. Yay! So that it's very confusing, but basically it will silently become unhappy at you if you don't it'll silently become unhappy at you if you do not make sure that the statement implements the right type or something. I don't know. That's disappointing and sad. Okay, it's fine. No problem. We'll just brush it off and move past. We don't want to get add one. We want to get restore staged one. Get CO1. Okay. So we'll just go ahead and get add 1, 2, 3, get commit amend. This commit adds parser and AST support for the declare cursor statement. I suppose I should also probably make it no op in the executor or whatever. So unexpected statement. So at least this thing could theoretically go in as is. There's something called opaque, right? Opaque statements. Where do do we register opaque handlers? Register opaque. Okay, so we need to add this stuff here so we can make a tree dot declare cursor into an opaque statement so that the optimizer doesn't do special rules for it. I don't think that'll really change anything yet, but it's important to do that. Hopefully this will still do the same thing. Unknown opaque statement. Unknown opaque. I see. So then we have to make a handler here. So that's what I was just doing. And this we can implement in our new file, SQL CURSOR.go. Declare cursor. Okay. So then I think for now we can just say, we'll return nil, errors dot unimplemented error, and we can put our link, just so we can get this committed. You know, we're not gonna, this is not the end, you guys. We're gonna try to actually get to doing this too, believe it or not. Even though this has taken forever, we're gonna get to actually trying to do it in a second as well. What am I looking for? CockroachDB cursor. Okay, so we can close, we can have this say unimplemented with this issue. Declare is not yet implemented. I think we need unimplemented. Who uses this these days? New with issue. New with issue. New with, unimplemented dot new with issue. There we go. Is there just an unimplemented dot issue? Seemingly not. No message. It's just not implemented. Okay. Goodbye. All this stuff. This is actually going to be a tree dot declare. Whew. That took a lot of effort just for a little parser change. The parser is no joke, my friends. No joke. Yeah, there's this thing called test container, right? Have you heard of test containers? That exists. It's a thing that exists. Okay. So now hopefully if I run this, we'll just get an unimplemented error. Yay! I suppose this thing should actually say something like, like this. And then I think we need to do the same exercise for fetch as well. But maybe let's just do it. We're just gonna do it, okay? Don't panic. We're gonna be much faster about it this time. We're gonna do a fetch. Where's our fetch statement? Does that exist? Fetch. Fetch. Fetch exists. Stop trying to make fetch happen. Stop trying to make fetch happen. We're gonna make a fetch cursor statement. And so fetch, it's funny to keep saying fetch, isn't it? That's so fetch. Retrieve rows from a query using a cursor. We're just gonna do the simple one. Fetch, count, blah. So how do I get an integer here? Is it int64? icont64? Fetch iconst64 opt from or in cursor name. So we're going to make our opt from or in is going to be either from or in or empty. And in all cases, it's going to do absolutely nothing because we do not care about, these are just filler words. And the cursor name. So then we're going to say fetch cursor. The name is going to be the name, which is number 3. The count, yeah, the theme is Groovebox. The theme is Groovebox. Count is going to be number 2. So do I have to say uint64? Okay, and that's all that I have to do there. Fetch cursor statement. Let's go to, this is go to cursor.go. And we're gonna make a new type in here called type fetch cursor struct. Name. Count int, I guess. I guess we said it was going to be a uint64. So we've got a name and a count. We've got to do strings. We've got to do all this crap. We've got to say implement format, or it's a node. So for the format, we're going to say ctx dot write string fetch. We're going to say write string. This is going to be format dot a to I, or I to a, I guess. What is it? Or strconv dot I to a f dot count. This has to be an int. And then a space. And then the name of the cursor. So ctx dot format node f dot name. Oakley doke. Very cool. Very simple, no problem. Next, we've got to implement this as a statement. So we'll go to statement.go, or it's stmt.go rather. And we've got to do the whole thing over here for fetch cursor. We'll copy this. We'll move down to where it says f something. Is there no F something? E, F. Okay, so we'll put this here. We'll turn all these declares into fetch cursor. And so this is not an ACK, this is actually a rows. So this is a big difference here. It's a rows, it's a DML, and it's a fetch. Very cool. And then we've got to do one of this string thing over here. Where is that? Is that the bottom maybe? Hacking the planet all night. Yeah. Sometimes you just, you gotta make the progress, right? Sometimes you just gotta make the progress. And we're on a roll. We're on a roll 100%. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be definitely awesome if we can make some progress here, which I think we could, maybe. So we're gonna do our fetch cursor here. And soon we're actually gonna be able to implement this thing, which should be a bit more fun than just the parser stuff. The parser stuff, you just gotta do it, you just gotta do it. So we're gonna say return p dot concat, p dot, where's my concat space? So pretty dot concat space, pretty dot keyword, fetch. Oh, this is why I would use a fold. I see. Oh, that's actually neat. So I guess we use a fold in this case. So we're gonna pretty.concat all these things together. We're gonna do pretty.keyword of fetch, and then pretty.text of format dot or strconv dot I to a node dot count, and then this is an int of node dot count like we saw before, and the last one is the name. So we're going to say pretty dot keyword or pretty dot format node dot name dot, how did I do this before? Node dot select dot doc. How do we deal with names? It's just p.doc of the name. Okay, so pretty.doc of node.name. Yeah? Okay. Bike ride, nice. I took my electric scooter to see my mom earlier for lunch. It was nice. So I got outside. I didn't get to exercise really, but who needs exercise anyway, right? Exercise, very overrated. No, just kidding. Exercise is key. I need to do more exercising, to be honest. I did wear my cool new motorcycle jacket, courtesy you. I also got a sick helmet, a much more advanced helmet. Let me show you the helmet I got. It's actually super sick. It's called the what the heck is it called? AGV? Yeah, this one. Oh yeah, look at this. Look at this baby. So Italian. That would be pretty cool. But I'm not going to do that. I wanted to get a white one because my bike is white, but it was out of stock. So I got a black one. Anyway, it's pretty cool. Okay, so default action causes potential type clash. Okay, there's a problem. Supply chain strikes yet again. So I think the problem here is just that I need to actually put a type next to this thing, which is easy to do. Fetch cursor statement. Hopefully that will improve matters. Must specify type for opt from for in. So is there like a... How do we just say that this thing has no type? Is there such a thing? Is there a way to do that? Like to or eq. What type do we specify for to or eq? We don't specify any type for it. And perhaps we don't have to specify a type if we don't put these guys. Maybe that's my problem. Up for, from or in. So let's just get rid of this and see if that improves matters. It does not improve matters. Must specify type for opt from or in. Now, why would that be true? To or eq clearly does not have a type specified. So why do I have to specify a type for this other guy? Is it perhaps because mine has an empty value? Like what if it was like this? There's really no difference, right? Looks like this. Oh, there's no, I didn't have a colon. That's a big problem. Finicky, 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 finicky. Yak is same thing, must specify type for. Okay, let's just make sure that we delete all of our stuff in this folder. Must specify type for opt for in. Why is that? Why is that? Let's test our theory about the empty part again. That is baffling to me. Who has a theory? Does anybody have a theory? Oh, I see the problem. It's because this needs to be a 4 and not a 3. Ah, yes, I'm referencing it, but I should not be referencing it. It should be unreferenced. All right, Yak, truly the best language to program in. I'm going to get... Be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna lower my desk. Tired of standing. 3 hours of standing, that's pretty good. Missing comma before new line in composite literal, eh? That's exciting. Why would that be the case? Is that because of this empty? Maybe I can re-include these guys and that will fix my problem. Oh no, that was not the issue. Obviously, just like not paying attention. The issue is this guy. It's just a regular old Go error. All right, so now hopefully when we say fetch 3 foo, we'll get an error. Hooray. Okay, so let's go ahead and now add some test cases for the parser at least. So we'll say parse fetch 10 foo, and then we can do our rewrite thing. And that's the only form we support right now. Oh wait, no, we also support those opt whatever. So I'll add some test cases for that as well in a second. Syntax error. Oh, I forgot to add spaces somehow. So let's go and fix that. Is that in pretty? This needs to be concat space. All right. So let's go ahead and also test the cases where we can either use from or in, I believe, which is sort of random, but you know, SQL be SQL. That's what they say. SQL be SQL. And we don't mirror back the from or in, but you know, I don't think it really matters for now anyway. So let's go ahead and make a quick, well, let's not commit yet. Let's actually just make the no op support for this in our optimizer opaque statements thing. So we're going to add a fetch cursor case to this big switch right below grant. So fetch cursor, and where do we want to also register fetch cursor here. And then over here we can say fetch cursor implements the fetch statement. All right. Okay, so should we actually get to trying to implement this thing then? Probably. So how are we going to do it? Basically, my approach is that I'm going to create a little bit of state inside of the planner, which is something that exists once per session that maps cursors, so names of cursors, to handles to internal executors, which are basically little cursors themselves in a sense. So I think we kind of have all the things that we need to make this happen. Question is, where should we really stick it in this giant mega object? Maybe I'll just put it right below prepared statements. Seems like a fine place to do it, because these are all sort of session prepared statements. We could also make a session cursors sort of thing. So we'll say SQL cursors, and we'll just make it a little struct for now called, well, maybe for now we can just populate it with, we'll just do it inline just to rough it out, you know. So cursor map. Let's have a map from string to, I mean, ultimately it's just an internal executor, I think. I think that's really all we need. And there's going to be a few things to do. We need to do, it's quite a few things actually. We need to make sure that these things get closed when the session ends or the transaction ends. We need to make sure that we can only make one when we're inside of a transaction. There's a bunch of stuff to do. So I guess the first thing to do is we want to check whether we're in an explicit transaction or not, which I don't know quite how to know that actually. Do we know whether we're in an explicit transaction? How do we know that we have an open transaction? How do we know? There's got to be some state in here. In our giant bucket of state. So in TXN block, when do we send that we're in a TXN block? State open, ex.machine.curState. So I think ultimately we just want to be checking this curState, but it seems like we'd also hopefully be able to have some other state variable that tells us this stuff. I'm not sure though. Okay, so this thing returns I think we literally are just checking this state here. So so we have state open and whether it's an implicit transaction or not. There's a thing, implicit TXN. Okay, cool. So I guess implicit TXN is equal to, or in TXN is equal to p dot exec. Do I not have access to my, do I just not have, I thought I did have access to that information from here though. That'd be pretty annoying if I didn't. So I guess maybe who owns who in this case? Is it the planner that knows the executor, or is it the other way? I'm afraid it's the other way, which could be bit of a problem. Auto commit indicates whether we're planning for an implicit transaction. Maybe this thing will be set to false. Maybe we can just use this auto commit bit. So if p dot auto commit, or if it is auto commit, we can return nil. Let's see what error we're supposed to return here. So if we go declare cursor can only be used in transaction blocks. 25P01. 25P01 is a no active SQL transaction error. So we can say errors dot or pg error dot newf pg code dot no active SQL transaction. Declare cursor can only be used in transaction blocks. Okay. So otherwise, we're going to say p dot. So I suppose we need to make sort of start our. We need to make an executor and then start it. So we need to say, how do I get my? So I have one of these. How do I actually make a new one is a question. Is there a way to make a new one? Not totally sure whether this is like kosher, but it should be fine. I should be able to make a fresh one at least, right? Right? I have something called an internal executor factory, which seems nice. I want one of those. Yes, I want this. So I'm creating a factory and I'm keeping the session data that I currently have. And then what I basically want to do, see you later, Dom. Thanks for hanging out. Dominic, you don't like to go by that. Dominic. Thanks for hanging out as usual. So I need to actually start this thing, IE dot. Oh, you don't mind, Dom. There was something you didn't like. I guess I forgot what it is. Anyway, whatever. Have a good night. So we're gonna say query. What is query buffered? Don't think we want that. I think we want the streaming one. So query iterator. Like so. We're gonna pass in context. We're gonna pass in cursor, and then the name of it, right? SQL cursor, we can call it. The TXN is going to be the p.txn. The statement is going to be the s.select.string, and there's going to be no arguments. And this thing is going to return to me rows error. If error is not equal to nil, we'll return nil error. We'll say maybe errors.wrap error failed to create cursor. Okay, so then I guess what we actually want to do is instead of holding on to an internal executor, we actually want to hold on to this rows object. What's up, Juan Jorogo? How are you? Welcome in. So we'll say p dot cursors dot cursor map of p dot. Well, I guess we also have to check to see if there's one already existing. So what if we say this again? Cursor already exists. I'm in your recommends. That's cool. I feel honored. Thank you, Twitch. So kind. Any method content do you recommend to get started with Go besides GoTour? I have a couple of resources. I like this GoTour, obviously. I also like the book. I guess, I also like Effective Go. I guess I didn't include that, but the Effective Go stuff is pretty good. I think that the best way to get started with Go is to write some simple programs, because the language is, it's probably not the most, it's not going to be the thing that holds you back most with Go. It's relatively simple language if you've programmed with other declarative, or what is it called? Imperative languages before. That's my take. Okay, so cursor already exists. We need to handle that issue. So we need to say if p.SQL cursors.cursor map of s.name is not equal to nil. Thoughts on Node? I haven't used it too much. I just don't know too much about JavaScript Node ecosystem, to be honest. But people seem to love it. So I guess the new hot thing is Deno, right? I also don't know too much about Deno, honestly, but people seem to really like Deno. So I'm just saying what I've heard, I guess. So if we see something that exists already in this map, we've got to return an error. So we can do this. We can say cursor whatever already exists. Cursor already exists. Pass in, whoops, that's not what we want. We want to do it over here. Cursor Q already exists, and then pass in s.name.string. Wait till Ande comes out. Yeah. Who's doing Advent in the chat, by the way? I haven't really delved in myself, but I hear people are having fun this year, mostly. I'm not. Marillie and Robin, both Adventers, huh? I think Alan's doing it too, right? Any favorite problems this year, or least favorite? Unfavorite problems? Anti-favorite problems? So otherwise, we're going to create our cursor, and then we're going to say cursor map of f.name.string is equal to rows. Let's actually extract this into a variable. We'll call it cursor name. Problem 8 was bad. Cannot use, oh right, so this needs to be changed to be an internal rows. And then we basically just are done. Oh, right. We're actually supposed to be not doing this here. Although we don't. It's a little weird because we're really supposed to return something that'll execute later. But in this case, we don't really have to do that. I think we could just do it in line. But but let's make sure here. Stir opaque. So for example, discard. When we run discard, oops. Do we actually return a plan node here? It's a 0 node. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so there is a way to do this. We just return something called 0 node. Doesn't do anything. We've done all the work that we have to do. So that is fantastic. Then the next tricky thing is this fetch cursor, which I think is the more tricky thing for sure. And basically what we need to do here is, I wonder if we could just use like a, I think what we want to do is make an actual node for this. So we actually do want to make some kind of fetch node, which you can put here, type fetch node struct. And so here we can return fetch node nil. Excuse me. Probably should have made a commit for all this, by the way, before I did all this junk. So let's actually, shoot, it's too late. I've already gone crazy and implemented everything. Let's quickly undo this. Quickly undo this. And just make a quick commit that has everything besides the actual implementations. We'll say git add dash p, git restore. I'll just do git add dash p. Yes to all this, yes to all this. Yes to all this. Yes to this, yes to this. No to this. Yes to all this. Yes to all this, yes to all this, yes to all this. Now this part we want to actually have a little bit different. We'll just go ahead and edit it. Really we just need PG error, PG code, and unimplemented. No, we actually just need unimplemented. So we'll get rid of this stuff, get rid of all this stuff. Need a tree as well. Go like so. Go like so. Okay, so that's just what we want. So add declare. Add no op, declare and fetch support. This commit adds parser and AST. Parser, AST, and no op. Execution support for the declare and fetch SQL cursor statements. Okay. The playlist is this guy. Commands add playlist. Usually I'm listening to one of the following two playlists. Okay. So given all this stuff, we also need to add 3. Okay, so coming back to the fetch cursor implementation, let's go ahead and implement the missing methods here. So basically, I think think we need to do anything in start exec. This is going to be really rather simple. I think we need to just basically pass in our rows struct here. So rows is going to be an internal rows. This is going to return nil. The next is going to say f.rows.next. I mean, literally, it's just going to return f.rows.next. I think it's the same signature. CTX. So this is going to be params.ctx. And then we need to say this is going to return f.rows.cur. It's literally the same interface, which is awesome. Sartak, good to see you. How's it going? Long time no see. What is that little guy? Oh, you're a chess bra. Dude, honestly, I watch a lot of chess bra too. They're a very entertaining chess channel. They were actually in one of my top watched Twitch recap channels from this year. Along with some other people that I will not name. Pretty entertaining. Pretty entertaining stuff. They have, I like their whole shtick. It's a bit odd, but I definitely like it. So for close, it's going to be the same thing. We're just going to delegate. So we're going to say close of CTX. Actually, in this case, we're not going to close it. That's kind of a funny one. So we explicitly do not pass through the close to our internal rows because, oh, that's nice, Robin. Thanks. Because we're not closing, because running fetch on a cursor does not close it. Okay, so we just do nothing here. The end. And so then here, I guess we actually just have to pass in our rows. We also have to handle the case where we don't have such a cursor, which is going to be probably pretty simple. So if I say fetch foo, fetch 10 foo, cursor got to abort. Cursor foo does not exist, and that's 34000, invalid cursor name. Okay, so we're going to say if p dot SQL cursors dot cursor map of s dot name dot string we'll just say like this. If rows is equal to nil, return nil pgr dot new f pg code dot undefined cursor. It actually wasn't undefined. It was invalid cursor name, which is different. Invalid cursor name. It's kind of weird. Why would it be invalid cursor name and not undefined cursor? But that's okay. We'll say cursor q does not exist, and then pass in s.name.string, which we can again pull out into a variable, cursor name. Then we just say rows is equal to cursor name. No, we say rows is equal to rows. Does not implement SQL util.internal rows. Oh, this is a tree.internal rows. Whoops. This is a tree.internal rows. I wonder if that's going to change any of our delegation stuff. Hopefully not. Does not. All right. Let's go ahead and compile this baby. See if it does anything good. $5950X, my guy. I went top of the line for that CPU. Does the multi-tenant epic have any use for the general public? What is up, Nikon? Have any use for the general public? That's That's a good question. I don't exactly know where we've landed on how we want to expose multi-tenancy to CockroachDB users that are not using CockroachDB serverless. So I think you can use that functionality. It might be gated behind the CCL stuff, so the license part. I don't really know. To be honest, right now, we don't really have plans to make multi-tenancy polished enough for use by self-hosted customers. It's not that it would be impossible, but we just don't have plans. Hello. Say hi to the stream.
Hello, stream. Sorry.
Where are you meeting her?
Her house.
Which is
Uptown.
uptown. That's a long journey. Goodbye. Okay, have fun. Okay, so let's see what happens here. So if I say declare blarp cursor for select one. Okay, I think I left in the unimplemented error. We got to get rid of that. That would be important. Let's try again. Tempted to write a query plan analyzer to make sure all queries are properly segregating data per customer. Interesting. So to make sure that queries aren't accidentally touching parts of the table that you don't expect, in other words. Declare cursor can only be used in transaction blocks. Very true. So begin. Okay, assignment to entry in nil map. Very true. We did not initialize this map. So let's go ahead and do that. I suppose we could initialize it lazily. That's not a big deal. So if p.sqlcursors.cursorMap is equal to nil, although, no, this thing is not used in a multi-threaded way, so I think we're safe. We can say p.sqlcursors.cursorMap is equal to make map string internal rows. So we've declared a cursor. Oh my gosh. Now what happens if we say fetch one blarp? Yay, explode. Name missing for type SQL.fetch node. Name missing. I thought I fixed that. Oh. Not for this little, of course. Walk.go. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's interesting. This has actually come up for us as well in context of some of the partitioning stuff. It's like you really want to make sure that you can prove that a query doesn't reach outside of its region. So this is a compliance thing. Like if you want to make a multi-region database for the purposes of ensuring that data is only living in the locality in which it's allowed to live for laws reasons, we would like to provide assurances somehow using some kind of analysis or some kind of dashboard that shows where the data actually lives so that people can convince themselves of this. It sounds a little similar to what you're talking about. Oh yeah, and we also have to do this plan column stuff. It's important. So that I think we need to figure out how to do. So this guy returns what? It returns a result columns. Now, do I have that? Do we have that inside of this rows guy? Rows has something called, no, it doesn't. That is a bit annoying. It's definitely a bit annoying. So this guy, oh, it does have something called types. It does have something called types. And in fact, that's exactly the same type that we need to return. So I think we're basically good. We're going to return n.rows dot types. But why is it not? I must be using a less precise type than I could be. That must be the issue here. So this is a SQL util.internal_rows after all. Okay. So this is actually a SQL util.internal_rows. I thought I had this earlier and then something went wrong with that, but seems to be working okay now. So that's that. Then what else? Probably a few more random ones. Plan ordering. Don't quite know what to put here. Maybe we can return nothing. Let's just try to recompile and see what happens. Row level security analysis. Yes. I think, so we do actually have something like this already. It's called, I think it's called the compliance report or something. So you can go into Cockroach and it'll print out some stuff like that. But we also want to take it a step further and make it so that per query, you can also say stuff like, you can like add explicit constraints that say, no matter what you're going to do, no matter what the planner does, don't allow this query to be planned if it is not constrained to a particular partition. So let's say you know that you are not allowed to be querying EU data from the place that you're running a query. You can add a, only partition US or something like that, and it will error out if the planner sees that it was going to consult any EU data by accident or something, right? Because the planner can do all sorts of crazy stuff. Like a full table scan if there aren't enough indexes, or you change an index and something gets weird. But of course, it's hard for you to supply those constraints in the query without some extra out-of-band stuff. So we're thinking about, I think there's an issue for that. Let me see if I can dig it up. Where's my browser? So, issues. Partition. What happens if I just search partition? Does that help at all? I actually don't see it. I'm 90% sure that there's an issue for this that says something like, yeah, select from partition, but I can't find it right now. Anyway, it exists. I'll see if I can dig it up later. But yeah, makes sense. What you're saying definitely makes sense. So let's run this again. I might forget, so maybe send me a message to remind me. Or you can search yourself, but I don't know how easy it'll be. Wow, it actually worked. That is cool. Okay, wait. That was momentous. That was way more exciting than I gave it credit for. So let's actually make a table. Create table C as create table A int A primary key B C as select G plus 1 G plus 2 from generate series 1 through 10,000 G of G. Begin. Declare cursor. Declare foo cursor for from. I forget the syntax. Declare blah cursor for. That's like the least intuitive thing I've ever seen. Okay, for select star from a fetch 10 foo. Oh god, it didn't work at all. It just gave me everything. Why? That's because I didn't include the number. That's very dumb of me. I literally didn't even include the number. So I need to have now I wonder if I should implement this just by sticking a limit node on top. Wouldn't that be nice? Just sort of modular. Wouldn't that be kind of cool? What if I just said return limit node count expr tree.new dint of tree.dint of s.count. No. And then I actually stuck plan is going to be like this. Now this is kind of nifty, no? So that way it'll do the limiting on its own. Let's try again. So we've also, the next thing is that we've got to implement the life cycle for these things. So we've got to make sure that they close down. I don't need offset. I don't think. Like, basically the way that it works is that the fetch guy has like all of these different variants. You can be like fetch absolute, fetch relative, fetch number, fetch next, fetch first, fetch last, and it'll sort of position the cursor and then get a bunch of stuff. What I'm sort of implementing right now is just the forward case. I guess we could implement seeking relatively easily. So just like pushing it forward using the relative clause or something like that. But anyway, right now the point is that it's just doing the, you know, fetch n from the current spot syntax. What's up, No Face? How's it going? So begin, declare, fetch 10 foo. Yay! Oh my god, it's a cursor. We did it. Now it's a little bit scary what I've done here because I'm not exactly sure if it's normal to have one of these little internal executor things that's not like scoped to a statement. So that does like mildly scare me, and we may run into problems due to it, but you know, you gotta live on the edge. That's what I think. You gotta live on the edge a little bit. I do think that we need to make sure to implement the life cycle of this little rose guy to make sure that it doesn't just leak, which I think it would. This would definitely leak unless we close it down. So I think we should probably make sure to do that. Like, for example, when we have these prepared statements, it seems like we delete them, but it only actually seems like we delete them when somebody asks for them to be deleted, which I guess means that they don't need to have any specific deallocation. I wonder, there's got to be something that we have to explicitly shut down that I can copy. Maybe not. Guess that's maybe all right. So what is the life cycle of this guy? Does this guy, maybe this guy actually has like a close method, which would be kind of nice. Doesn't seem like it does. It's a bit unfortunate. So there's all these init moments. There's a reset moment, but what about the like shutdown moment? What about the shutdown moment? So I guess what we could do is we could look at to see what happens when the session turns off and see what kind of actions we take at that point. Right? Actually, I don't know if I've ever followed the session shutdown code path. Or if I have, I don't remember. So exec statement in open state happens here. Here's way up at the very top, exec statement. So what if we just want to turn everything off though? What if we're not even execing any statements and we're sp.finish? So this is a tracing span, so that's not so good. Exec command, but what about the end of, what if we don't have any commands to exec? What do we do? We just exit? It doesn't seem right. Maybe there's something that happens higher up. So after servcon, we just, what about close wrapper? That sounds interesting. So close wrapper, ex.close. Close the executor before propagating the panic further. Great. Okay, we found something good. Ex.close. So let's take a look at what this does. So normal close versus external txn close versus a bunch of other stuff versus, close all statements in prepared portals. That seems good. So why don't we say close all statements, prepared portals, and cursors. That seems like a great time to do all this stuff. Ooh, and that's making me think about memory accounting. We might need to like make a special memory account for all of these other guys. I'm not sure though. Reset to empty. Prep statement namespace. Ooh, that's actually another confusing thing. So out of curiosity, in Postgres, what happens if we say something like, what if we say something like, I guess it doesn't necessarily matter. So what if we say begin, declare our cursor, save point, foo, declare other cursor. It's also confusing that you can have multiple of these things open. But anyway, so then if we say roll back to save point, foo, and then if I say fetch 10 foo, what happens? Cursor does not exist. So I guess I do need to also think about destroying the cursors if there's a save point, which is rather irritating. Not gonna lie. Let's try that sequence one more time. So we're gonna declare blarp, save point, declare foo, rollback, fetch 10 blarp. Okay, so of course that works fine. Ooh, this is tricky. Def's a bit tricky. So I think this is actually just why we have these special different namespaces. Prep statements namespace at txn rewind post is a snapshot of the prepared statements and portals before processing the command. Here's the deal. Prepared statements are not transactional, but they do need to interact properly with automatic retries. When doing a rewind, we need to be able to restore the prepared statements as they were. We do this by taking a snapshot every time transaction rewind post is advanced. Okay, that is confusing. I actually wonder if we do something like this wrong for prepared statements. So let's say I say begin. Prepare foo as select one, save point foo, prepare bar as select two, execute bar just to make sure that this works. Dang it. Okay, I have to start all over. Okay, begin, prepare foo. I really wish that, what the heck? Okay, so save points are just completely non-transactional, or prepared statements are completely non-transactional. And I should just say never mind about this because, wait, let me just try one more time here. So begin, prepare foo as select one, save point foo, prepare bar as select two, roll back to save point foo. The question at this point is whether bar still exists as a prepared statement, and I think it will, because these things are just non-transactional. But cursors are transactional, which is deeply even worse confusing wise, right? That's what we saw earlier. So I think that's even like more of an irritating thing to deal with, to be honest. And I don't know quite what to say about it. Besides the fact that it's annoying. Wow. How are we even going to deal with that? So we do have this thing. So rewind post snapshot is a snapshot of the save points and session data stack before processing the command. When rewinding, we're going to restore the snapshot. Session data stack sounds like something that is likely used for a similar thing. Set transaction rewind post. I'm guessing that this is used for save points. But I don't know. So let's try the same thing out in Cockroach. So if I say begin, let's say, for example, I would just change a session setting, which I think should be also transactional. So show all. Let's say set transaction set vectorize equals off. Save point foo set SQL safe updates equals off. Roll back to save point foo. Show SQL safe updates off. Okay, so it seems like we actually don't even do this right either. Although I'm not sure if session settings are, it's like very random what's supposed to be transactional, what's not, to be honest. Let's try save point foo set commit delay is equal to 2. Roll back to save point foo, show commit delay. Well, that's not good. That is not good at all. Out of curiosity, okay. Hold on a second here. Roll back, show SQL safe updates, begin, set SQL safe updates equals true, roll back. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to file an issue about this, although I don't like it, and I don't think it matters. Session setting, transactional. Oh, this is an issue. There is an issue. Set does not properly roll back in a transaction. Let me just write down. I also noticed that we don't keep track of session setting state when rolling back to save point, which is probably obvious given this issue, but I figured I'd note it down here anyway after having found this issue. Okay. So at least this exists properly. So I guess like given all this, maybe it's honestly the same thing about these cursors, although is that sketchy? I'm not sure. It is the case though, that's really rather tricky, that if we have an explicit transaction and somebody rolls back, we definitely do have to reset all of the cursors. We definitely have to do that. We can't roll back and then continue to advance those cursors. I mean, okay, here's something that's very confusing. So Postgres does support this concept of having a cursor that outlives a transaction. I definitely don't think we should support that at all, because that seems much more complicated and weird. But what I don't quite get Basically, I think that when we roll back a transaction, we should delete all of the cursors. I think that would be the simplest thing to start out with. Then we can maybe get more complicated if we need to, but hopefully we won't need to do that. Okay, all of that talking for what? Just to say that I think maybe we can put it in this extra TXN state. Yeah, so this is seeming relevant, right? So close all portals, and we also want to like close all cursors. And I think, yeah, so we should stick whatever we were sticking in the planner. This should actually belong in the extra TXN state, wherever that lives. Where is that extra TXN state? Where is this extra TXN state living? Honestly, I have no idea. Can you not get to it from the planner? That would be trouble. Guess we'll have to thread it through somehow. It's definitely annoying. So how does prepared statement work then if it doesn't or discard, for example, discard.go. This guy is a method on the planner, but it has a special thing. Ooh, I see. So it does get sort of threaded through here. And I think we're gonna have to do the same thing, which is a bit annoying. Oh man, this is definitely annoying. I suppose we could make this prepared statements accessor thing include. No, that seems a bit messy. This is a bit painful, not gonna lie. It's a bit painful. I think we could theoretically make this work if we said in our reset method, wherever that was, where is that? Where am I? Close all cursors, right? Where is this thing? This is in conexecutor.go. Close all cursors. Maybe we could conceivably say something like for name r in range ex dot planner dot SQL cursors dot cursor map, right? Doesn't this work? We can say r dot close. It has an error. What would we do in that case? I don't know. Just ignore it. Why would this return an error? I guess it's just it's from the SQL. It's like if the query returned an error, but we don't care about that, so we can skip it and we delete ex.planner.SQLcursors.cursorMap, comma name. Maybe it's a little jank, to be honest, but it could be all right. Could be all right. Do the same thing here. Okay, let's just forge ahead here. Okay, so let's run our little demo. Create table, begin, declare, fetch. And then what if we say rollback? And then we say begin, then we say fetch. Cursor does not exist. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We should write tests for this as well. What happens if we say negative? Okay, not allowed. Let's just finish it out. And it just keeps returning nothing. Is that correct? Let's find out. Roll back. Begin. Declare. Fetch. Arg. Okay. Begin. Declare. Fetch 10 foo. Let's just finish foo. Just keeps returning nothing. Okay, that's good. That's good. That is good. And of course we have to implement close, but we don't have that yet. I feel like this could be a decent place to stop. Do I want to keep working on this? Getting a little tired. I wanted to play a game. I wanted to play. Have you guys played this game called what is it called? Battle something.
Like you said, a human being. I'm gonna make
It's like Bananagrams combined with Babel Royale. It's called Bananagrams combined with Fortnite. It's awesome. I kind of wanted to play that a little bit, and I'm getting a bit tired of working on this. Let me make a commit, and then we can maybe play that game for a little bit on stream. See how it goes. So let's get add 1 through 5. Git commit, SQL, add, implementation of declare and fetch. So far only, there's a bunch of other stuff that we have to do technically, like return unimplemented errors for the things that we don't implement and whatnot, and add tests. So far only the simplest form of declare is supported. Forward only cursors that are not they're not able to be held open past the end of a transaction. And fetch only supports the simple form that returns the next n rows. Note. I'll get to the release note. SQL change. Add support for declare and fetch. Let's make a new branch for this. Okay, so this PR is an experiment in implementing declare and fetch using streaming internal executors. It's not really ready for review. Well, let's say it's not. I'll just leave it like this. There's a bunch of missing functionality and missing tests, but I'm pushing up just to show what this idea could look like. Things it implements. Declare for forward only cursors. Fetch the next n rows from cursors. Things it's missing. All of the fetch variants. Skip n rows. Fetch next row. Fetch last row, etc., etc. Close support. So that's, well, whatever. Do I even need to put this? The problem is, like, when I update these, I always like forget to like change the PR description later. I'll just put it down. Close support, though it shouldn't be complicated. Is simple. And then the other one that I wanted to add was the move support, which allows advancing the cursor without returning any rows. This should be quite similar to fetch. I think this is a conceivably promising approach, although I know we have feelings about internal executor being used for things. The life cycle of cursors is also quite confusing, and it's likely that I haven't gotten it quite right here. Technically, cursors are supposed to respect save point, for example, and we definitely don't do that properly. There's also an option to keep a cursor open for longer than a transaction, which by writing its results into a buffer. I guess I'll put that up here.
Delectable tea or deadly poison?
Reverse fetch support. Presumably, we'd have to implement this also by returning results, by saving results into a buffer. And then also like for update support, basically. Let me also link the documentation here. Here's the Postgres docs on declare. Okay, here goes. Okay, then somebody commented, so actually we handled the save point logic correctly, but it's just weird. I don't think that's, don't think that's true. Let's do a quick example. See demo, begin, show all. Okay, wait, roll back. We're gonna do it with the, what setting would be fun? Default int size, maybe? Like there's a bunch of weird ones. They're all kind of weird, these session settings, honestly. We'll do it with SQL safe updates. Okay, so begin, show SQL safe updates, save point foo, set SQL safe updates equals off, roll or show SQL safe updates, roll back to save point foo, show SQL safe updates. This is still off. Roll back. So let me paste this. Cockroach, Postgres. Let's do a quick example over here. So show all. We'll do this with another, maybe we'll use array nulls. So we'll say begin, oops, roll back, begin, show array nulls, save point foo, set array nulls is equal to false, show array nulls, roll back to save point foo, show array nulls. So definitely not quite working. In Postgres, the session settings seem to properly roll back to what they were at the save point. In Cockroach, that does not appear to be the case. And then I wanted to link to the 41412. 41412. I might as well, I feel like I want to do a couple more things. I feel unsatisfied. I feel like I've come quite far, and yet I haven't quite done as much as I could be doing here. So, because I know when I put this down, I'm not going to pick it up for a little while. So let's jump over to the declare cursor method here. So we're just going to say if p dot if s dot hold return unimplemented dot new. Well, do we use this anywhere? So we'll just put 41412 withhold. Just do that. So we don't support withhold. We don't support declare binary cursor. We don't support declare called declare no scroll cursor. Is that what it is? Declare no scroll cursor. And then the last thing is sensitivity. We don't support declare insensitive cursor. I love that. Insensitive cursor. Okay, so that's that. The other thing to do here you could add a few more fetch options, right? Why not? Just go wild. Well, maybe I should get us some feedback on the approach first before adding all these little bits and pieces, right? It doesn't seem too important to implement all of these random things. It's a bit silly, isn't it? Bit silly. So for example, how did these people use it? They declare, they of course use binary, so that's not great, but, and here we'd say fetch forward blah from, all right, this is just this deduce endian business, which is very, very silly. But in this case, fetch blah in blah. So that's the one that we do support, which is nice. Ooh, they also use this absolute stuff we don't support. Well, let's leave it at this. I think the last thing I want to do is add the close support, and then I should be maybe feeling ready to stop with it. So we do have a thing here. I can say extend with help close. So close all we have. Close all is safe to no op since there will be no open cursors. Okay, fine. That's funny, but valid, I suppose. So let's make a tree node for this. Declare cursor. We're gonna make a type close cursor struct name all bool, and we'll make a format for it. Close cursor, close. Then we're going to say if c.all ctx.write string all, otherwise ctx.write string or ctx.format node c.name. Ethrix, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it, man. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the many privileges that come with being a large databank subscriber. Okay, so format, I think this should be format node. It's format name. Okay, we'll ignore that. Format node, great, so that's that. Got our closed cursor. Thanks, man, I appreciate that. Okay, so then over here in the parser, we're gonna say $.val is equal to tree.close cursor. all true. Large vibin data bank. And then basically pretty similar over here. Except name is going to be $2.name. Or it's actually, we do something weird. It's tree.name of $2. I think. Yeah. Okay. So we've got our closed cursor AST. Next step is going to be to make sure that we have a pretty formatter for it, which of course we love to do. Should be easy. Close cursor. So it's just going to say concat close with. Now it's either going to be all or the name, so we have to figure out how to do that. So we'll say, basically we'll just say if, we'll just say close is equal to pretty dot keyword of close. We'll say if node dot all return pretty dot concat space close, or concat space close comma pretty dot keyword of all. Otherwise we're going to say return pretty dot concat space close and then p dot doc of node dot name. Okay, so that's that. The next thing is that we've got to implement in our opaque register or whatever, register opaque. So we've got to add our tree.close cursor. And then we've got to make an implementation of it over here, which should be quite simple. Hopefully quite simple. And we can actually put it in our SQL cursor file. At the bottom, we'll say func p planner close cursor ctx context context.context and tree.close cursor. This is going to return a plan node and an error. So it's basically going to be this same thing, except instead of, let's see, what is the error code that we're supposed to return? So close foo. Cursor foo does not exist. And it's 20, oops, rollback 34000, which is the same as our invalid cursor name. Otherwise, we say p.sqlcursors.cursor map. We just say, so we do have to close it. So cursor name dot close, and then delete p.sqlcursors.cursor map cursor name. We should probably make some methods on this thing, like an accessor, like the other people did. Turn zero node nil, or else it'll be easy to screw it up. But for now, I think this is fine. So new zero node, I guess, a little constructor. Okay, so we've got our closed cursor support as well, which is nice. So now maybe, just maybe, that will just work as is. Guess we'll find out. And we want to write a parser test as well. So we'll go to cursor and we'll make some parser tests. So parse close all, and then parse close foo. Okay, in top possible type switch case, cannot have dynamic type. Oh, right. So I've got to do this whole dumb thing. I love changing this file. Always So fun. Okay, but it's easy at least. So we just make another copy over here, close cursor. Okay, everybody just runs as string of n. It kind of seems like you should be able to do better here, like embed a statement or something. I don't know. And then here we're just gonna copy all these. Let's say close cursor, close cursor, close cursor. This is a DCL type. Whoops, it's actually an ACK. ACK. This is a DCL return close. All right, how about now? All right, so let's check it out. See demo. Begin. Declare. Of course. Huh. So that's an interesting thing. It doesn't actually check that this is a valid query. Is that fine? Declare foo cursor for select star from nothing. So that's something that we should change. It actually, we need to like do a little bit more validation here. Because what happens now when I say fetch 10 foo? Relation A does not exist. That's a little bit odd, but really not that bad. Anyway, so what happens if I say close foo? Cursor foo does not exist. That's because, right, I've left the transaction. So let's just start over. Let's make a table. Begin. Declare. Fetch 10 foo. Close foo. Fetch 10 foo doesn't exist. Great. Let's make another one. That's like the most annoying thing about testing this, honestly, is that if you ever make a mistake, you have to start all over again because syntax errors are not allowed in transactions. Or any errors. Fetch, close, declare, fetch, hooray. Commit. Oh, it seems good. Seems pretty good. There's all sorts of weird stuff. Like, okay, let's test something odd. So begin. Dird. Declare. What happens if I play weird tricks? Insert into a values. I'm going to add something to the end. And the question is, what happens to this cursor? Does it give me back this value or not? And what is it supposed to do? Fetch a bajillion. No. I have to start over. Begin, declare, fetch, insert, fetch. So it does not include the new value, but if I make a new one, god damn it. Okay, we're gonna do things. We're gonna make it simpler. Hey, Mateus. Once I was debugging this error in Postgres for several days. Several queries were being executed in a transaction. One gave an error when the others were running to generate the supported transaction error. Very strange. It does sound related, doesn't it? So let's make a smaller table. Create table B, A int primary key B int. Insert into B values 1, 2, 2, 2. Okay, so we've got two values. Begin, declare cursor for select star from B. Fetch 1 foo. Insert into B values 3, 2. Fetch 1 foo. Fetch 1 foo. It ends. Close foo. Declare foo. Fetch 1 foo. Ooh. Well, it somehow works. I have no idea why it works, which is sketchy, but I think that this is in fact the desired behavior. Let's check to see if that's the desired behavior. So we're gonna say create table C. What did I call it over here? I called it B. Create table B, A int primary key, B int. So insensitive, drop table B. Insert, Insert into B values 1, 2, 2, 2, begin. What's the word? The word is declare. Foo. Cursor for select star from B. Fetch 1 foo. Insert into B values 3, 2. Fetch 1 foo. Fetch 1 foo. It ends. Close foo. Declare foo. Fetch 1 foo. Hey. Well, that's the same as what we do now. So that's cool. I don't know why this works. It's very disturbing to me that I don't know why this works, but I think it's great. It's probably just that when we initialize the transaction, we peg its sequence number or something like that. I'm actually really not too sure, but it's fine. It's working as intended. Working as intended. So let's write a couple of basic test cases here. Let's write a couple of basic test cases here. So let me make a new logic test. We'll call it cursor. What if you open transaction, insert, create cursor instead of create cursor and then insert? I think that'll work. I think that'll work fine. I think I tested both permutations kind of, but let's check. Begin. No, wait. Create table. Begin. Crap. I have to do create table, insert, begin, insert, declare, fetch. That works fine as well. I think it's the same over here. Declare. It was sensitive? But it's literally just about like within the transaction. It reads its own writes as long, depending on the, it does, it's supposed to see what it's in the transaction. It's about read your own writes at the spot at which you hit declare. So it can read its own writes, but only if the writes came before the declaration, I think is what it's supposed to be doing here. Okay, so insert, declare, fetch, yeah. So I think that's working fine. Let's take a look at the definition here, just to make sure we're not totally nuts. So Cursor sensitivity determines whether changes to the data underlying the cursor done in the same transaction after the cursor has been declared are visible. Insensitive means they are not visible. Asensitive means the behavior is implementation dependent. Lols. A third behavior, sensitive, is not available. I love asensitive. That's like the funniest thing of all time. Okay, so let's write some quick tests here. Statement okay. Create table A int primary key, B int. Insert into A, values 1, 2, 2, 2. Statement okay. Begin. Select count star from, well, how do I do this? Let's see. So I want to do statement okay begin, declare foo cursor 4. What is it? Declare foo cursor 4. Select star from A. Query II. Fetch to foo. I guess we should do a few more things. So we're going to do statement okay begin. Then we're going to test what happens when there's no such cursor. So statement okay. Fetch to foo. Statement error. Do this the same over here before the transaction. Should also try to declare a transaction. Declare a statement before a transaction, which is not allowed. Statement error. Declare foo cursor for select star from A. This should error. This should error. This should error. We declare cursor. We fetch. It's emptied. We statement error. We statement okay. Close foo. Oh, what about duplicates? That's another thing. So we're going to say declare. Oh, but of course, the only funny thing is that as soon as you start the darn transaction, you have to roll it back, which is so annoying. But hey, roll back. Begin. Close foo. Let's actually do the same test over here. Doesn't exist. So this should work fine. And then we can commit. So the happy path. Next up, we're going to do begin. Okay, bunch of tests. Rollback begin, declare. Okay, so the next one I want to do is this sensitivity business. Test cursor sensitivity. All Postgres cursors are insensitive, meaning that mutations to the underlying data that occur after after a cursor is declared, are not visible to the cursor. We mimic this behavior. So then we're going to say statement OK, insert into foo, or into a values 3, 2. Statement OK, fetch 3, foo, 1, 2, 2, 2, the end. Okay, commit. Or this is actually query II. Statement OK, commit. Okay, so that's at least a basic smoke test. Let's see, make test based logic, files equals cursor. See what happens. Okay, fail. Declare cursor can only be used in transaction blocks, right? So this is expected. We just need to update the error messages. Declare cursor can only be used in transaction blocks. And this is something like, I don't know. It's annoying. I wish that the rewrite functionality would work with cursor foo does not exist. I wish it would work with errors, but we haven't made it work with errors yet. So cursor foo does not exist. And I think that these have to be escaped maybe. It's the same with this one. And the same with this. Oh, yay, we exploded something. Limit node cannot be run in local mode. Oh, right. Why? Is this the thing that exists? I mean, ultimately the issue is that I'm doing something, I'm cheating a little bit. And I shouldn't be doing what I was doing. I shouldn't be doing what I was doing. So let's go back to where this was happening. And instead of wrapping, I guess we're just not really allowed to do this. Now, I don't quite understand this, if I had to be honest. I think it's not important. I think the easiest thing is just to re-implement the limit functionality. Because I could like make the optimizer like add it as a real thing, but I think it's sort of unnecessary. So I think I'll just quickly implement limit, which will take like 3 lines of code. So we're gonna change fetch node to have just n basically, s.count. N is the number of rows requested. It's confusing that that worked at all, actually, because now that I think about it, I don't quite I didn't expect it to work. Now that I've thought about it. So basically, we just need to say if f dot n is less than or equal to 0, return false nil. Otherwise, f dot n minus minus. I think that's all I have to do. Simple. Okay, so that fixed things. So expected this got food does not exist again. So expected success but found, oh, I didn't separate. Expected 1 2 2 2 but found 2 2 1 2. So that's because the sort is not respected because it doesn't necessarily have to be, which I think is expected. I think we just need to make sure that it's either sorted in the query or in the results. So why don't we just sort it by in the query just for funsies. So for select star from A, order by A. Yay! We passed our tests. Incredible stuff. I think we need to test the limit stuff as well. I suppose we might as well just kind of, why don't we do it like this? We'll say fetch one foo. Like so, fetch 3 foo, and then close foo, statement okay. This one also has to have order by A. Close foo, we'll reopen foo, and then we'll say fetch 3 foo, and we should see that the new value is there now. Expected 1 2 but found 1 2 2 2. I think this is an issue with my limit implementation. So if I have, oh, it's not a pointer. That's my issue. Always making that mistake. Gotta have a pointer receiver when editing a struct from a method. Very crucial. Yay, our tests passed. Add 1 through 10. Git commit amend. Crap. I think technically we want to make the commits all nice. So we're going to add 1 and 2. We're going to git show this one. So this one says, should definitely get rid of this. Okay, so this does actually edit these opaque business. Okay, so we gotta add 3. We gotta add 5. Gotta add 4. We gotta add 7 and 8. Gotta add 9. And then 10 is the one that's weird. So we're gonna, well, first of all, let's just commit this and fix it up to the original commit. I think what we'll do here is we'll say git add 1 to and we're gonna add these to, oh shoot, git restore stage 1, 2. I think we actually want to add this test data test, or the parser test data back to the first one. So git add 1. Oh, we didn't even rewrite it. Okay, so let's quickly do that before we go further. So let's make sure that we have our parser test data actually correct. Important step. Okay, so that's looking good. Git add 1, so I think this one can be just amended to the fix-up. Okay, and then this one is more complicated. So let's first of all just say git add 1 to git commit fix-up, and then we're gonna attach this one to this implementation commit. Git rebase I origin master. And then I think what we want to do is, well, it's not really necessary, but we'll do it anyway. So git rebase I origin master. We're going to edit this first commit so that we can actually have a no op close cursor as well. Close cursor. Okay, so that's that. We're gonna git add 1, git commit amend, add no up declare, batch, and close support. Okay, so then we can continue. We're gonna get a rebase we didn't get a rebase conflict. That's, but we did actually get one, but it was a sneaky one. So we can fix it like so. Let's make sure our tests will run. Hooray. All right. Okay, that I think I'm feeling satisfied now. I needed the test. I needed just a little basic test, just the close. I feel like that's at least decent. There's definitely more to do, more testing, because of this life cycle stuff is fairly tricky. But I feel like that puts us in a good place. So I think I want to play some Battle Royale now. Just to, you know, wind down a bit. I'm gonna get some water and we're gonna play some Battle Royale. Should be good. You guys should all get this game. It's free and it's super fun. If you like bananagrams, you're gonna love Battle Royale. Let's see. How do I? Just like this, maybe? I feel like I want this view, really. But oh, I see. It's on capture specific window. So I think if I change this to be this, maybe it'll work. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be back. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna put my face maybe over here. And I guess I should change my category. Battle Royale. How do I change my category? Category. Babel. Done. All right, so the basic idea with this game is that you're, it's like bananagrams, except you're trying to fight the other people on the plane of, you know, What's a good word here? So here I'm dropping from the sky. We be dropping. And so you can kind of go and like capture some of these loots. Basically, they're like little items that you can use when you're making words. So here's a recycle. So I can make a word like mare. Now I've got a recycle in my inventory, which will change my, like re-rack all my letters basically. And the combat comes into play because if I can find a word that connects me to somebody's active word, it'll destroy them. So that's the idea of this game. Lobe. And you have to kind of spend money to unlock different slots and stuff like that. It's pretty good. Okay, so what kind of stuff can I do here? R and ab? Abu? Not a word. I do a lot of word guessing in this game, to be perfectly honest. R would work, but do I want to go down? I'm not really sure. Guess I'll just wait for some more letters. Gab would work, but do I want to go in that direction? Ga is not a word. Okay, never mind. Sometimes like these little small words are actually words and sometimes they're not. Like this is a thing. Should I be scared of this guy? Kind of. This guy's gonna try to like get me somehow. Okay, so he got me because he spelled am and connected to my ain with main. Iguanai. Okay, let's try again. I think this is a brilliant game. A truly brilliant game. Sweet. So this basically like, yeah, this power up is a good one. It blows up all the things that are not connected to your active word. Dag. Gap. I'm pretty bad at this game in general, though. I feel like I've never been that good at these sort of word games. So I spend a lot of time just like spamming random words, which I'm doing less of now because I'm like embarrassed that it's dumb. Ire? So I think I could kill this guy with something, right? Like, oh. He's got an A at the end, I didn't notice. Aha! So he used a bomb, and I quickly reacted to get you to destroy him. Okay. Many rats. Okay, I'm kind of in a weird position. I'm sort of blocked in. Oh yeah, so the other thing about this game is that just like in other battle royales, there's like a fire thing and it'll start like hurting you basically, and you can use these pluses on the bottom left to like regenerate your health or whatever. That is the idea. So I can have a tote. Okay, gotta watch out for this guy. Although he's pretty far away. Key was a word. Guess not. I killed someone with a room. Ah, I almost had him. I could have towed him, but I didn't. I wasn't fast enough. Oh, I'm scared. I feel like I'm gonna die. So if I could see. Pizza. So if I did a bomb, I would have this connection point, but there's nothing, this TID is still sort of blocking me from attacking this other guy. So, basically I think I just wait. So you can also do overload, which will, watch out. Not good. I feel like he could have killed me there. Oh God, I feel like I'm about to lose. B a BAP. Is there anything E blank blank U that I can do? I feel like use, I'm not very good at use. Avro, that's definitely not a real word. This is not a good situation. Yay, okay, I got someone. Just by luck though. I feel like I could maybe buy a recycle, get new letters. Hope for oh no, now I'm in the hot zone myself, so I need to somehow, I guess I could use my bomb and then do something. At least just do an OR to get out. But what next? Guess I could. I feel like I need to buy another bomb. Do hag. Oh no. Yay. Whew. That was scary. So there's 4 people left. Can do a go. Should I just stay here though? Maybe I'm scared of this green guy. Ear. Do axe. I feel like I have all vowels. It's useless. Do another recycle. So if I did a bomb, then do I have anything that I could get this guy with? Not really, because he's protected with this EE. Although this LA is kind of vulnerable. But what comes... Ah! Shoot. I think I need to... Ah, Ina's not a word. Thought it was. This is tricky. We're kind of in a bit of a standoff here. Oh shoot, I put myself into the hot zone. That's not good. I could do area, but this guy's in the way. I could do real. Shit. Just getting destroyed by the hot zone. I feel like I usually die in a different way. I have no money. That sucks. Man, that was close. That was a good game. Oh, I should have bought... Guess I should have been buying... I don't know what I should have done better. What do you guys think of this game? I think it's quite fun. I was pretty addicted to it. I was playing it a lot yesterday. I've gotten like 3 wins. Okay, let's play again. Fuel. Okay. Let's put ourselves... I like to put myself next to a recycle, if I can find one. I feel like recycle is a versatile one to start with. Pan.
I don't know. Nervous or introverted. What does it mean?
Okay. How do I get out? I don't know any words. Oh, and a U. That's a good one. Always helpful.
Clinically. I don't know. Nervous or introverted. What does it mean?
Just like going randomly into the middle of nowhere. And it's not good. Not good at all. I feel like I need to just bomb my way out of this, honestly. Just like stuck. Okay, I'm gonna wait. This is basically the murder Scrabble. Yes. I posted it to Lango. It's pretty fun. Basically Fortnite meets Bananagrams. Except I'm like screwed. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I'm kind of trapped in a bad way. Badly trapped. I put myself into a bad situation. Nard? I need to like, I think I need to use this overload again, or a bomb, but I can't afford that. So I'll just do this again. See what I get. Okay, so now at least I have a bunch of letters. Can I get out, though? Okay. Again, getting kind of stuck. So basically, if I can connect to this guy, I'll be good. But I don't have a word. Eta! Goodbye. That's right. Watch out for my eta. Okay, I'm also kind of stuck here, though. Drink a jug. Chug jug? If only. Okay, I'm gonna need to bomb out of this one, I think, as well. The only thing that could be better about this game is that they could find a way to have actual multiplayer, like with your friends. Like, you should be able to, you know, squad up with your homies. Okay, can I get this guy? Anything that starts with K? Okay is not a word, but ick. Ima? No, ick is not a word. Okay is not a word. Oh, and he's moved away anyway. Ah, I got rotoed. GG. Okay, one more. That was not good. I did not do well on that one. One more. Didn't come up with any good words. Got stuck in a weird corner. It wasn't great. Telb. Eel. P. Then is P. Okay, so this is a good spot. It's got some recycles. This guy's gonna mess with me, huh? You dare mess with me? Oh god, I'm gonna lose. Ah! Okay, so I've got to recycle. I can upgrade this stuff. Aid is not a word? That's weird. Quad is a word, though. Went is a word. Oh, but not this thing. New. Nap. It. I toad. Tint is a word. Oh. Loza, not a word. Uh-oh, watch out. I'm scared. Oh god. Ah! Failed. So what do you guys think? This is a fun game, huh? Download it on Steam. It's a good time. I would say we could play together, but it doesn't let you do that. Chug. An elevator simulation in Snap? Is it good? Tohos? That's clearly not a word. It worked well for one elevator. Elevator simulators are surprisingly hard, in my experience. I think the problem is that there's no real exact solution. It's just like anything you might want makes it difficult. Only I had radio. That'd be sick. Oh yeah, radio. Oh, but he moved. That sucked. That was exciting. Got arided. All right. I think that's it. I think I'm done. Pretty fun though. Pretty fun. Nice to wind down with a little bit of this game. So I hope you have a good weekend, you guys. I'll be back next week. I may stream during the week. I was mentioning this. I may stream during the week. Join the Discord. Follow me on Twitter. I might do some more streaming though, because people are kind of out of office, you know, doing their own thing. Might do a little bit more streaming during the day. See if we can get a different audience, you know? Who's around? What's happening? But I hope you have a good weekend. I hope you have a good weekend. Hope you guys get up to something fun. And let's find someone to raid, huh? Find someone to raid. Ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-da-dum. Ba-ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Big Noob Code's Little Game.
I don't think I've ever heard this song. Ooh, I want to hear this song. The Rat King is moving.
Let's raid somebody who's playing this Babel game. That would be more fun. Babel Royale. Anyone playing? Let's raid this person. Invite is invalid? Really? Commands, edit, Discord, this thing. There we go. Try that link. Anyway, let's raid this person. Sorry to JHK. We were just wrapping up. But normally we work on projects related to CockroachDB, which is a SQL database. We work on it. But come back. I stream every Friday. Hope to see you next time. But anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and raid this person who's playing this Battle Royale game. And thanks everyone for hanging out. It's been a really good time. And have a good weekend, and I'll see you next time. Okay, bye.